Right.
Was that the actual train?
Going
No,
live.
that was Clary's little horn.
You blame me for everything.
Live on Try Thinking.
Oh yeah, that was Rob.
Waiting.
Live on Try Thinking with a
Yeah.
special presentation by Flatzoid.
In a bit.
Sponsored by Michelin, the Michelin Man,
Eat cupcake.
and the Cupcake Man, CCCP Incorporations.
I'll leave it in your hands. I've just got to make the missus a brew, so I'll be back in a minute. So off we go. Flatzoid will be a while.
Go live and
we're just warming
take a
it
break.
up. This is the warm-up act. Off you go.
Expo's going to sing
Someone
us some
say
songs
something.
while we wait.
Yeah, someone say something funny.
Buster's here. I think he can handle that.
Try it again, Spot on.
I was just saying, what? Someone say something funny.
Something funny.
I was at home behind my guitar. No such luck.
We need an intro to
I know.
Flatzoid's presentation.
Trying to work on a theme song.
We can do the national anthem for four countries. Canadian.
Freestyle this shit.
Yeah. Freestyle. That's cool. You got to lose all the brain leak
It's just a picture.
if you did that.
Oh yeah, I'm losing the brain leak stuff, but I still think working on it like that just got more ideas.
It's a funny version, though.
Oh yeah, sure.
We need more horizontal.
You all right? What? Wing over?
Yeah, I'm good. Top's still intact.
$34 thumbs down. That is funny.
On
What,
what?
on the
On this-
live premiere?
Flatzoids?
Yeah. On this. Yeah.
The live show? That's great.
Oh, I'm trying.
I would love that.
Yeah.
It's like the
On
whole
which-
of Gem server.
On
came
which
over
channel,
and some-
Emma?
On Bev's Try
Try
Thinking.
Thinking.
Uh-huh.
Who's in there?
Stroll came by.
Howard Moore? That's not
Oh,
maybe.
Homo.
I don't know. I've never seen Howard Moore. Homo's here. Blood stickers.
Just a friendly.
Shills is good. Shills is talking about Ali B going over now.
Howard Moore is left lane.
I just call him Ho.
Bev, your files are too powerful.
Oh no. That's Buster's song. It's just too much.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Just on my phone, guys. I'll be back.
I've got. I know what I know is it.
Please hurry.
A thingy, so I might have to go and put that back through and make it small enough for Discord. The dead straight lines. I was hoping to put a bit of music on in the background. I suppose I could put I know what I know. We can upload that. So, anybody got any gossip of anything that's going on? Anyone hear anything about the Ranties debate with Witsit, was it? That'll be good.
I heard of McToon's debate.
McToon?
What's it?
Oh, no, that was...
Yeah, they
that's an
recently
old-
had a...
Yeah.
Is it an old one? Oh, he posted on his Facebook.
No,
and
Ranties,
they've been...
Ranties meant to be having one.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard of that one, though, but... Witsit, they were talking about something about Witsit reverse engineering somehow the star patterns or something. They were going on with that recently. So I thought it was recent.
Reverse engineering stars.
Yeah, so they were talking about the astrolabe and like how
Oh, God.
the seasons kind of like rotate, around the central star, and that's how they juxtapose, or that's how they put a model, from the globe over to the flat.
Have you ever seen an astrolabe?
Not in person. No.
Right, so you're imagining what I don't know. What are you imagining? Like when you hear of an astrolabe, because what's job has it performed? The astrolabe.
It's like a calendar basically. It's to tell the time, what season it is basically. That's what I think.
It's a disc.
Yeah, it's a little disc, little thing you spin around or something. It's like an older.
Do you want me to find a pic? I'll find a picture of one for you. Because a lot of people have done this. This is Al Biruni and the brilliantness of like Al Biruni and what because he did this measurement of the radius, didn't he?
Yeah. From the top of that mountain, somehow. He got the height of the mountain, and he went up to the top of it, and
There you go.
he got the angle.
It's like a big medallion. It's like pretty,
with,
pretty accurate equipment, that right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
no wonder he's there. I mean, what did he do again?
He said something about reverse. Oh,
He went to
he went
top
up.
of a
He went up to the
mountain.
top of the mountain, right?
Yeah.
And he took
He took
a measurement or
his medallion out.
medallion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's put it.
What did he do? with
And
it?
he saw the degrees angle, the angle that's from the
Bam!
horizon.
Bam! It's the
Yeah.
radius of the Earth. Magic, like woof.
Yep.
The clever
Exactly.
people, these back in the day. Al Biruni didn't do anything like that at all.
No, when you can get away with one
I
lie,
can hear that in the background.
then why not put more lies?
DP.
Oh, can you? Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
You're nearly singing.
Me, I was almost singing along, yeah.
I was as well.
It's nearly finished, so if you don't mind listening to the rest of it.
I'm listening to it here. It's coming out.
We missed your singing. How tragic.
No, really, honestly, it's not.
Your singing is not tragic?
For you to have missed my singing.
It's a good song, this Buster. Yeah, I am gonna have to remember to cut that other video down because it screwed up as well. I'm gonna have to fix it, the graphics on the other one.
The horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals are
Let me
parallel to
finish,
the
let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You can't just spout your own logic.
You
at me.
can't just
You're talking
spout
to
your
the
logic at me. Let's have a check with the chat. Everybody's here. What up, everyone? Looking forward to this. Oh, I've got 35 thumbs down. Wow, they're not too keen at other people looking at pictures, are they? Is it going?
They don't like presentations
because everybody's going against the great Ranty, right? I mean, like, who else is allowed to look at pictures?
You can't go against the rant.
Ranty makes sense now.
Someone's like Ranty runs the whole troll army.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's weird, that.
Send them to Bevs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't they Arwinian numbers, those? Arwinian thumbs. Like classic. Yeah, that's the only other sort of person that I've known to have those.
They would get that many
thumbs
down, yeah, just before they start, yeah.
38. Keep going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put
Yeah.
one. I'm gonna keep it up. 39.
It's probably someone with 35 soccer accounts.
Yeah, one person.
40. Yeah, probably.
Laurie.
Really
Mario
sad as
Lopez.
well.
I've not
that's
even
what they wanna
tweeted
do?
it yet.
If that's what they want to do on a Friday night, then
DP, did Laurie send you a DM?
just one, just a singular.
Oh,
Is
are
that what
sure
you
might
mean?
want to check. You might want to
Is
check again.
just a singular one? Is that what you're referring to? No, he didn't.
Oh, all right. Well, how many DMs did he send you?
In total, over 400. There was 380 in about 15 minutes.
Wow, that's a troll. Damn.
And that 380 came in 15 minutes, and he was DMing me for maybe about an hour.
Was he showing off his botting skills, or was he just sort of showing how good he was at typing?
I don't know. He claims it was a bot, but a bot wouldn't send just a single full stop in a message, surely.
Yeah.
And bots don't write poetry.
It's like poetry.
Yeah, that's not, he was writing poetry to me. That's a bit weird.
That was Scott Veets. I can remember. Crit said that about Scott. Scott was writing poetry to Crit, and Laurie and Crit have been quite closely linked. Obviously in the troll, going backwards and forwards over at Brandon. So yeah, I mean, they may have passed. It might be because people get used to sending Crit poetry. It might be demanding like that. Maybe
I don't know if he was expecting some poetry in return, or maybe a sonnet or something. But that's not my thing.
So, anybody waiting for the presentation? We don't really know what's going on with Flatzoid in this presentation, but we're all looking forward to it.
Oh, he's just gone live.
Who has?
Flatzoid.
Oh, Flatzoid's on.
Hello.
Jolly good. What do you want to do, Cleary? Do you want us to put 3 space on?
Are we live on 3 space right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want us to
Yeah,
switch
that's fine,
3
or-
space onto a presentation? And
Yeah, whatever you want to do, Bev.
Okie dokie. Well, you want it on 3 space, don't you? And then it can be recorded or whatever and moved over.
Sure, yeah. Then you're live streaming too, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Let me just.
Thank you.
I'll sort 3 space.
I'll mute
out
now. I'm gonna be
first.
loud.
And
Just give me 2 minutes quickly.
you finish that. Yeah, let us know when you're going live. Remind me to put the over, and I'm ready for whenever you are. I think. Yeah, this is a presentation for the optics of Blackpool.
Oh yeah, somebody mute Rob King because he'll come in.
I got a question real fast.
sounds like Flatzoid's making tea.
Yeah, making himself a quick brew.
Yeah, it's just quick. Sorry, my wife wants some coffee.
Yeah.
Oh,
So before I get started, just
Yeah.
quickly make.
They get the proper jobs done first. I've been in told
Yeah.
we're live now and that's it.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No problem. You've got a bit of a crackle there. Might be because you're walking around.
I think that's a headphone on a zip or something.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna sit down soon and it should be fine.
It's all good. No worries. If it takes you another 20 minutes, that's fine. No rush.
What's the people in the chat saying? Have we got? Not many people in the chat. Trolls, anyway.
Yeah, well, most of the Globers told me they don't want to see my dishonesty. So they're just plain out running away from truth.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty much like Jim Panda and his minions.
53 now. Wow.
Put a shout out to whatever if he's in the chat as well. If you want to come and discuss Alberuni, you do the globe geometry method, and I'll give you a realistic idea of what's going on in the geometry of reality, right line geometry, and we'll see who explains it best. Be a good challenge, wouldn't it? Alberuni in reality.
That'd be quite
Explain how it's done.
I think everybody's just got a hearsay of how Alberuni did it. They don't actually understand the actual mechanics that went into it.
I can't join your live stream for some reason, Flatzoid.
Did you buy a ticket?
I can't either.
Yeah.
I forgot to buy my ticket.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go out again and then back in.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Just popped up.
Right, let me shoot over to free space.
Kettle's almost finished boiling. Yeah, because I sent Rentier Skype this morning saying there's a presentation, I think you might want to take a look at it. But I did ask if he wants to come on, but he seems to be ignoring me.
Yeah, free space doesn't seem to be picking it up.
You can shut it down then. We'll crank it back up later.
No, it's there.
Yeah.
It's got it. It's on.
Well,
Free space is on. Yeah, brilliant what you can do with your phones nowadays. Yeah, was that for everyone? Does that look good?
up later.
Can alter the window if it. That one's better.
Kind of funny. The Globehead said they didn't want to hear you lie. I mean, what could you possibly lie? That's crazy.
But I can guarantee you the comments later is just going to be this and that, moaning about everything.
Rumpus taught them their optics. Everything they taught them was bullshit.
It's just a picture, right? At the end of the day, it's just a picture on a 2D picture. Nice picture. You could almost frame it in a gallery, couldn't you?
Sell it.
Yeah. Sell it. I think it's made a lot of money. You should have heard about the benefits that could come from purchasing this. You know, like the good it's doing. Because I don't think that was made enough of a big deal, was it? The fact that this is it's a gallery picture, but it's put there to aid a cancer foundation, isn't it?
Exactly. If you donate, yeah, you're helping cancer survivors.
I don't think I've ever heard Ranty mention that, but I mean, I haven't watched Ranty do many of his presentations on this picture.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready when you guys are.
All right, I'll go on mute.
And now.
Okay.
Wait, so what do you want to do, Flatzoid? You go for a couple of slides or whatever, and then you invite us back in for questions or whatever, and then we'll carry on from there.
Yeah, I was thinking of a kind of a interactive presentation. So I'm gonna maybe play one or two slides, and then maybe I'll ask you guys, you can jump in and see what you guys saw, any thoughts and comments, and we can take it from there.
Brilliant.
And then we can go to next slides, kind of thing.
Sounds good.
Jump in anytime.
Oh my God! See.
Right on cue, Rob.
I think we might be setting a record for thumbs down.
Really?
We're now on 52.
Wow.
Wow.
You've really annoyed them, Flatzoid.
53.
Good. Well
Have
done,
any of you
Flatzoid.
have you ever watched any of my video counts on my channel?
No.
The average is about minus 60 and minus 80 thumbs down.
Whoa. What's going on?
I've had one video with 500 thumbs down.
What?
Man, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Oh. I think Nathan.
There is
Nathan's...
okay. There is such a thing, you know. After all the buying sub malarkey, the accusations, I did an investigation myself, and you can actually buy dislikes and likes.
Wow.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
It's insane. Okay. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all I did was I was just trying to do the optical angle of why we see what we do with Blackpool and why Blackpool Tower is optically actually just larger than the mountain in the rear view, and why you can't really scale it to get the same phenomena. Okay, so I started off with the observer elevation and angle to the observation. The observer's elevation and angle towards observation is highly important, as it will determine many factors on what you will be observing in the distance. The elevation is the altitude angle. That's, to me, that is the most important factor when it comes to doing an observation, because your angle changes what the observation will be. That's where this photo is here. You can see the camera pointing down, how it's changed the relationship between how it was sitting level and when it's pointing up. I'm going to have a video playing next that we can watch that will give a more idea of what I'm explaining here. Okay, so I'm just going to play this video. Look at the lines on the poles. All I'm doing is I'm just changing my elevation angle, nothing else. Okay, before I go through to the next slide, I just want to ask, what did you guys all see with this video?
Are we looking at the yellow lines on the pole, yeah?
Yeah, I can play it again if you want to see it.
Yeah, go on. Keep it playing.
But look carefully, but don't just look at the lines. Look at the whole surrounding. Look at that hydraulic pump. Look at the shade net in the back.
So the lines in relation to the background as well, yeah?
Yeah, oh, sorry, I just want to go back. Okay, yeah, look at everything. Okay, I'm going to play the video again.
Nice. You made them all disappear into the bottom one.
Yeah, what did you see between the three lines, though? Did you see how they were changing positions?
Yeah.
In relationship to each other, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The further one has more parallax. compared to the closer one. When you're moving down in elevation, the further one seems to be dipping down much quicker than the one closer to you. And when you're level to it, the three are relative to each other. I'm going to go to the next slide, then I can explain it better. Yeah, I took the still shots where it's showing the higher elevation, the level, and the lower. How you can put them and you can see them towards each other with the difference. This very simple demonstration saying the same distance at just adjusting the elevation shows how the angle changes everything to the observation. When observing from a high elevation altitude, the angle widens and pushes the limit further. That limit I'm talking about is literally just the limited angle from the deck. I'll get to that later on when we're talking about that. When you're with a level angle in a short sort of tunnel to the convergence, that's when you're level, and it's the same effect as when you're standing in a hallway. You have that tunnel effect, the convergence to the same point. Because you're level, everything in observation is going to the same convergence at about the same rate. But the floor's angle is still the biggest one, so thus you'll still have bottom obstruction quicker with distance. So when you're at lower, the angle closer to the risers and the closest to the gap to the limited angle in the distance. This is why you get dropping down effect. The things to notice: at the low elevation altitude, the car shade net sinks behind the hydraulic pump, and thus the pump occults the shade net. The ground lifted as you observed lower the elevation altitude. So can you see the first photo to the last photo, how the shade net that's further than everything else dropped behind the hydraulic pump? Then the hydraulic pump was occulting the shade net.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Nope.
Because I think that's quite straightforward.
Yeah, I'd say next time you do those lines, if you level off the ones at the high one and level off the ones in the middle and level off the ones in the bottom, then you'll see the relationship of each set of lines with the last ones, because they will all be in line at some point.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show when you level.
Yeah.
The middle one was the level one. You could see they all stayed level together. As soon as you went lower in elevation, the back one dropped lower, and the one closest to you went higher. So it has a opposite reaction when you're going higher. Then the back one lifts up, and the front one drops down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is me taking all three photos with the different elevations and just aligning them to the bottom of the wheel where the hydraulic pump wheel starts on the ground. Look at the compression size just with that little elevation. How from the higher to the level to the lower, how much that hydraulic pump has compressed downwards. And I mean, this is at a short distance.
Oh, I've lost the picture. I did click on the full screen thing, and I've got a spinny.
No, we can wait. It's fine.
Yeah, it happened to me a minute ago, Bevan. It actually, it just took a minute. That was all.
Yeah, I think Discord's being a bit
iffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. We'll wait till you guys come right there.
Yeah, I was thinking I did this with a level on my board, and I had the water level and the auto level, the spirit level, and they were only about 4 or 5 inches apart, but just moving the camera from one to the other made a drastic change over what you saw as the one that, obviously knowing that they are both level, but just changing the angle of height, or the height of your thing, the relationship of level looks different. when you're looking at it from another level.
Yeah, that's why elevation angle is very, very important when you're making observation.
Yeah.
Which I think people take highly for granted. They just try and say, okay, yeah, I see eye level, but they don't see where's the focus point of that eye level. Is it lower than that object or is it higher than that object? And that can give the effect of it sinking or rising, according to the view. Is it showing now by you guys?
No.
I've just dropped a screenshot in the live chat
Of what?
of what we're looking at. The picture that Flatzoid, the compression on the, what is
Due
it,
to angle,
Flatzoid?
yeah. Compression due to the angle.
Yeah, but what is it? The yellow thing we're actually looking at. What is it?
That's the hydraulic pump.
Uh-huh.
You see that bottom red line? I aligned all three of them to the wheel on the floor. And if you look at the lines, you can see it gradually compressing more and more until you finally get to the top line. See how different the lower elevation has compressed much more compared to what it was at the higher.
The lower elevation is the one on the right, yeah?
On the right, yeah. And then the level is the middle and the high is the left. And you can see that it's actually shortened, it's compressed the actual whole thing just because of the elevation. Yeah. So the hydraulic pump, when aligned to one another, the compression is more noticeable. The elevation altitude is a major impact on the compression. The distant object has more of a compression effect. The angular size never changed from left to right, only from top to bottom. This is also one important factor I wanted to make to the people. They think the angular size change would change top, bottom, left, right all the time. No. When you change your elevation angle, it also changes angular size because it compresses. That's why these angular size calculators don't take perspective into account. That's literally just what it would say. That's the angular size would be at that distance. But it doesn't take your observation angle, your elevation angle towards the observation. And that's what throws everything out of whack. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide if that's fine with you guys. Okay, yeah, I was just doing an orthographic representation with the Blackpool Tower and the mountains in the back.
That may have been what I needed. Just you switching to the next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to show the orthographic representation and to show why orthographic representation does not depict reality. You see, what I'm trying to show you is just force perspective, actually. That's why you see the tent. The tent is not as big as the mountain. It's literally just a coating over that further mountain because it's closer to you and the angled view. If that person had to put the camera on the floor to watch that tent, it's going to be higher than the mountain. Just like that hand holding the Eiffel Tower, the hand's much closer in front of the camera view and the guy holding the sun. That's all it is. There's the force perspective equation if everybody wants to go and work it out. This is what the radians worked out to, and the angular size. You see the angular size still shows bigger on the mountain in the background, but as I said, there's no angular observation angle taken into account. So you can't really justify it from a picture to say it will be higher or lower. Now I'm showing it again with orthographic representations. They do not depict reality. The reason for that is because it just takes it as a single triangulation angle from the ground. There's no perspective taken into account. The bottom one, it's also not reality, but it's sort of a perspective orthographic representation because it takes two angles. It will take the deck and the top. If you take it into relation, you see the mountain according to the angle with the Blackpool Tower, would have the peaks would look lower, just because the bottom is also now under the surface deck, according to that level of the eye observer. Did that make sense?
The the graphics were
The
a
bottom one.
bit iffy at the beginning, but yeah, I can read it now.
Okay. So you understand, the top one is normal triangulation. You're literally only taking a single angle.
Yeah.
So the top of the mountain shows higher. There's more to see.
That would be the
according to
trigonometrical view
Yeah.
that people
yes.
keep using, a right angle triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other
And
one
the
is
fourth-
more of a isosceles.
Perspective-based. Yeah, it's more of a perspective-based. It's more of the ones that you would use in surveying.
Yeah.
Because it takes some errors into account.
That's a true optical representation, the bottom view, whereas the top view is a geometric.
Yeah. Okay, then we see this is the picture. Then we just say, okay, what do you see here? This is me trying to just make a visual to say, okay, what we observe is compression of the mountains in the far distance, that we've explained. We observe the occultation of Blackpool that is closer to the observer. Obviously, because the Blackpool Tower is closer and is close to the eye level, it's going to occult over the much further distant mountain in the background. We observe that due to the viewing angle, the tower has a larger angle towards the eye level, which is what I was saying. When you change your elevation, you actually decreasing the further observation angle. So that mountain, when you're changing your elevation, you're actually changing its angular size. It's not staying that angular size, and that's why when they use the trigonometry, it does not actually depict reality. They're keeping it to a set value. It's just straight. It doesn't take observation angle to account. So that cancels out the drop effect that you would get with far distance observations, like we saw with the pole. When I changed the elevation, how it changed the back observation to drop more. Yeah, I was just showing the apparent size change at a distance.
That's bad graphics. I can't make much out there. I don't know what anything's going out through to it. What's everybody else like? Is it just me that's getting a bad
little
picture?
fuzzy.
Can you?
Unless we wait a bit till it loads up properly.
Yeah. Anyone? How's it doing for everyone else, or is it just me?
No, it's not loading.
Yeah, no.
It's the writing.
Yeah.
It's Discord. Well, Bev, if you...
Have you got slides? Can we...
I can send you the slides.
It's not a dodgy photocopy, is it? What you're showing us?
No.
Yeah.
Must it take a 2-minute interval that I can send you all the slides? Then if we go through it, you can put it up.
If you can just put them into the live stream.
Okay.
And you tell me which one I'm clicking on, and we'll just click on them, together in the live chat.
Okay. Okay, I might just have to take screenshots and stick it in. Okay, I'm just going to stop sharing quickly so I can...
Hold on, no, it's right now.
Whenever I saw that, then as I clicked out, it's like, whoa, that looks clear.
Oh no, my phone's freezing.
Yeah, it did say your phone's running low on battery. Are you plugged in?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna quickly plug it in. Okay, can you see it now?
What's that look like?
It's okay, but I think it's not perfect.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's slightly blurry to me. I'll put my glasses on. Maybe that's it.
I've just got blue squares going round
Me
and
too.
round.
Me too. I think
Fancy.
probably if these are just slides, it'd be
Fancy.
easier if you just
Yeah,
pop
yeah.
them in there.
Okay, I'm going to send the slides to you quickly.
Yeah, nice one.
Just going to quickly send it to you. I'll be back on now.
I did that. I went
'Cause
to
now
go and have a
to-
look at
okay.
the optics. And it's
Quickly taking those screenshots.
it's dead geometrical, sort of the way all of those.
But it's making sense so far.
The figure
Like I said, guys.
contained by a set of visual rays is a cone of which the vertex is at the eye and the base at the surface of the object seen. And that's so elegantly put. And I highlighted that one. That things seen by higher visual rays appear higher, and things seen by lower visual rays appear lower. And that things seen under more angles are seen more clearly. If you go up higher, you can see better.
Yes, because you're opening your field of view.
Yeah.
You're pushing out your limited angle further.
Seen
and
that
that's why you can
thing
see
seen
better.
under more angles. You just see more of the angle of it. You know, that not such a narrow angle.
Yeah. Exactly. You're not you're just pushing that everything that's compressed into that small little area. It's just being pushed out further.
That's another one as well. That things seen under a larger angle appear larger. Those under a smaller angle appear smaller.
I would say that's a bit like looking up at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
At the stars without any limited angle, you know, apart from your own eye.
Yeah. How big's the sky? Massive, isn't it?
Okay, I see them mixed it up now.
Okay.
Ready?
Well, you tell us which one you want.
Okay, go to the second last one.
Apparent size change. Yeah,
Apparent size change, yeah, at a distance. Okay, you can see it perfect now.
Yes.
Okay. This is just me trying to show the image becomes inversely proportional to the distance away. So this means if we double the distance, the object size will be reduced by about half, and so on. This is just a simple equation to show the height is inversely proportional to the object over distance. If you wanted to do it to a ratio, you got your height 1, which would be over the height 2 equals to the distance 2 over distance 1. It's just a quick ratio calculation that anybody can work out. And then I've put the orthographic representation there, showing with each meter how it changes angular size, and the perspective representation, if you stand in front of it, how it's looking to go down into the distance. So this is a 32 centimeter roll. And the first pictures on the left is I'm standing a meter away from the distance. My phone is sitting exactly the same elevation, everything on the ground. The second one is 2 meters away, and the third one is 3 meters away, just to show how it changes angular size as you move away. The thing you must notice is the ground is raising towards the convergence line, and those grey lines are lowering towards the convergence line as you go away with distance. So that is about it. So I wanted to say, yeah, and just the interesting fact, the limiting point for your eye is around 1 arc minute, which is strangely enough, if you take it to the Rayleigh criterion, 1.22, which is about the same as what the Earth curve calculators push the horizon to from a observer's height. Just interesting.
I think we had a representation of a 1 arc minute, and I think that was around 900 meters away. Was it? I think it was around 900 meters. An average soccer football would be the angle that you saw that football at would be a minute. I think it was. It may have been 400 meters or something. Maybe 420 meters. I'll have to check up on that. But that's about how much a 1 minute of angle is from the horizontal. Is the like a football over 400 meters, I think, if you take that.
Yeah, and that changes with your elevation, which is very interesting.
Can I point out the H and the D are the only things in there, and that H would be a vertical, a right line.
Yes.
And the D would be a horizontal, right? A horizontal distance and a vertical height.
Exactly, no curves at all. Horizontal plane with a vertical.
No angles needed, just the relationship of two of the sides of a right angle triangle. A direct proportionality between the two as well.
Yeah. If you're ready, we can go to the next slide. It's the last one.
Why we see Blackpool Tower.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why we see Blackpool Tower higher than Dow Craig.
Yep, we're on it.
Okay. The observer's eye line is looking upwards at Blackpool at the limiting angle, and that rises to eye level. Perceived eyesight to the mountain is obscured by Blackpool, aka optical occultation. Though according to angular size trigonometry, Blackpool Tower should be smaller, this calculation does not take perspective into account or even any optical phenomena associated with distance. The convergence compression is simply seen through distance from observer's angle. The angle changes what you will see and what you observe. The observation angle is the reason by doing small scale it does not fit to reality. This does not take into account the aperture and the observation angle. Matter of fact, you can cancel out a considerable effect of compression. The compression is always more expressed with the further distances as the limited angles are much more closer to one another, hence the diffraction limit, and why you have bottom-up obstruction. So what I'm trying to explain here is you can't really take this and do a to-scale demonstration exactly what you need. I'm going to be showing you a scaled version, which Bearded Devil did really great. I really applaud him for it because I asked him to do it. He did as I asked. But there's one thing he didn't take into account, and that's my whole argument. The observation angle. By taking to scale, it's just too small. You would never be able to mimic the actual observation with that distance. The thing is, the camera itself would have to be about 2 millimeters off the ground, and the aperture of his camera is too large to actually mimic what the size of the aperture would be on that camera with that distance in actual reality. So what I'm trying to say is you can try scale as much down as you want. The more you scale it down, the less of the reality of the distant actual observation you'd be able to actually mimic, because you have to scale every single aspect down, not just the mountains and the distance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like that line that you put in across as an eye line. Is it's hard to get graphically what you actually see, isn't it? It's hard to represent it on a 2D thing, because what you do see in reality is has an incline that when you look at it and try and put it on paper, it's nearly at 30 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you look at an isometric drawing, and that's the 60, 30, 90 triangle, I think that's the most graphic representation of it. So
Yeah, I think it points it out quite well.
Yeah. Does
But yeah,
everyone else
the
get that? Or is it like we're speaking a different language, or is it
No, the
something you
angles.
just need to get your head around? It's hard work trying to express this in words, isn't it? When the moment you start trying to look into the minutiae of all of these things, and you realise how little you can actually explain yourself.
Yeah, it seems simpler, but the more you look at it, kind of like, it's distorted sometimes, the logic coming from it. What was I gonna say? So you get 90. So you put like say from the observer, you put it's just a straight vertical above the observer, and then you do a horizontal 90. So you're saying the angles from say 30, 60, 90. So the 90 you would never, obviously when you're looking up, right? That's looking up, and then but you never do that. But the tower, the top of the tower, you would say would be what angle? Like is there a certain angle, or is from the picture that you're seeing, would that be like a 60 or a 30? Because it's hard to see because
the 90 will always be the vertical height of whatever at the other end of the triangle. Now,
so that's
what you see. You can see it visually lifts. So drawing that baseline with a 90 degree, like they do when they do trigonometry, and they then proportion it and go, this doesn't look right. And it's like, well, it doesn't look right because it's not how you actually see. The optics of the eye and the visual representation of this has an upward lift to it. It doesn't actually have an upward lift to it. It doesn't even have a downward curve afterwards.
Yeah, it's hard to have a baseline.
Yeah.
They're trying to base geometry off of optical effects due to the perspective angle. And you can't really base it off of a picture because the angle is just too tight. It's as simple as that.
Because the baseline from the eye level, that would be your 0, I'm thinking. But then when you put the angle, say a 90, from your eye height or your observer height, whichever one you use, I guess. But a lot of times you're just looking through the optics of your eyes, so it's you're basically using your eye as the base, sort of as the 0 point. But it's like you were saying, I think it's hard to establish that because you're using optics. Yeah,
because you have a focus point, and just your relationship to the focus point changes the whole observation.
Yeah, there's an old set of geometry books that cost like £1,000, and they have a perspective and all of that. That's part of the geometry study for when they were doing big hallways and tiling and stuff like that. It was all figured in, so they did have an art to this. There was a way to describe it in the past, and obviously it's been lost for a reason. And having to reorder your brain into how to look at things to not get fooled.
Yeah. You ready for the next slide?
Yep.
It's I think the first one that I put in, the limit to angle rises, the one which says not curve.
No curve, yeah, not curve. Yep, got it on.
Okay. This is just a depiction of showing the largest angle is always the ground as we stand on it. As you rise in altitude elevation, that changes and pushes the limit angle out further. That's actually all we've been saying the whole time. So it's just they take this limited angle, which they see as the horizon, and call it Earth curve. It's literally just the limited angle due to the observer's angle, observation angle, which is compressed into the diffraction limit. So that point where the limit of the viewing point due to the angle is compressed and becomes 1. That is now the larger angle which occurs in front of the further smaller angle, and that's why they see it as curve. But it's just you magnifying the limited angle due to your observation angle. Make sense?
I think, isn't there like a part of a mirroring that takes effect along that line as well? That's what builds it up. I've got, like I say, when we went to Bedford Levels, there's a tiny ripple in the water that you can see sort of waves in it, and there's mirror before it and mirror after it. So there's just like a little break. I know what you mean though, that one line in the middle. It's
and because the horizon rises to the convergence point, which rises to eye level, it blocks it out quicker towards you. So that's also what creates the horizon line.
Yeah, well,
and why
would
you
you
can
call
have
that the
red
horizon
effect.
line?
Well, I'm just saying it would be what they call the horizon line for the Earth curve, because they wrongly associate it as the Earth curve blocking something in the distance, which it's literally just the raised limited angle towards the viewer's deck. And that's why it's possible to see a mirror, because it's a flat horizontal deck.
Yeah, see that bit before it isn't water. That is the mirror, and then you've got that bit, at the edge, and then that steps away as you change. More studies needed on it, but it gives us a new idea. I think I seen one. Travis had a video the other day and put it in Brandon's that has a similar sort of thing, and it shows that break in the high band there that you're talking about. I like it.
Okay, and then I just got the second photos of just the limited angle rises, just what we've just been talking about now.
Yep, we're on it.
Yeah, so that's just there where I'm trying to explain the limited angle rises to eye level. That's what gives you the apparent horizon, because of that limited angle. And then the picture just underneath it, this is Bearded Devil's demonstration.
Just a thank you, yeah.
The one.
Yeah.
Just a thank you for Bearded Devil. Yeah, it's got the measurements in. You can see it, correct?
Just a thank you from Bearded Devil. Yeah, thank you to Bearded Devil. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what do we observe here? Well, what would you expect when you see observer angle looking straight ahead on the tower? If you look at the eye level from the camera, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. It's not low enough. You see the level is how high with the Blackpool Tower. So the relationship between the tower and Dow Craig in the back of the mountain would be as expected, because you're seeing it at a level height. So the angular size would be as it should be. Now, if you had to change his elevation to the correct elevation, which would practically put the camera inside the ground, which he wouldn't be able to do, and he has to change the aperture diameter of his lens, which would have to be much smaller in conjunction to keep it to the ratio of the actual observation, which is impossible, then you would only be able to actually mimic the actual demonstration properly. So what all I'm trying to demonstrate here is, yes, he did it to scale, brilliant, but just because of the observation angle alone, it shows that you cannot really do it to scale. So it's all just optical in the end of the day. Then I got the one underneath that with the differences in the observer's angle.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, it's showing the difference with the eye level. Can you see how the eye level to Blackpool Tower is on the actual observation compared to his demonstration. Can you see the Blackpool actual photo? You're looking up at Blackpool Tower because of the eye level.
Yeah.
Where compared to Bearded's, you're looking straight at it. You are at a much higher elevation.
Yeah.
So that changes the relationships with the occultation. So that's why, again, observer's angle is very important when it comes to observations.
I told him to try and keep the line in the centre. That's what people want. We'll get that line right in the centre of the camera.
But it's amazing how just the angle towards the observation changes everything. I mean, that's why I said if you could do it with a drone that you wanted to do, and go with the drone higher, you would see how Blackpool Tower would become smaller and the mountains in the back would grow. You'd see that because the angle, you're pushing that limited angle further. And the problem people have on this photo with Blackpool, you can't see the compression from the base of the mountain because Blackpool itself is occulting in front of that base of the mountain. So this so-called drop they associating is literally just occulted by Blackpool Tower because the mountain is compressed in the distance due to the viewer's angle.
Yeah.
And then I got the last slide. It's the one just underneath that one.
Difference is in the observer.
The different, yeah. And it's just me comparing again to show you both the poles when they put level to each other. The ones with the lower angle looking up and the one is level looking level at it. If you can see the lines, how it's compressed and had an optical drop on the right just because the viewing angle is you're looking up, whereas on the left you're looking straight out as his demonstration. And thus it has the what you would expect to see if you've done the trigonometry on a flat surface, because that's literally like you're just looking at it at a single angle. Well, I think that's the presentation. Yeah.
I like it. The angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, what we realize is everything you see on the photo is optical. And if you're going to make claims on it with trigonometry, you can't really stake a claim on it because it's optical. It's just a picture at the end of the day. One thing it does show, though, doesn't matter with the viewer's angle, is the claim is a set radius, and it goes much, much further than that set radius. What it does show as well is you can only have this on a horizontal plane. That's my point. Observer's angle destroys Ranti's argument.
I like it.
Any questions?
No questions. I'd just like to point out that when you look at something, well, all of the angles are there. They're in your eye already. And if you look down a bit, whatever was out there is still there in your eye line, let's say. Because when you think of your eye line, are you actually talking about a horizontal line? Or are you thinking about what you're looking at? And do you get confused between the two? Because you're not in order to measure an angle, you have to have a start and an end, two straight lines, right? The distance between those, the inclination between those two. Well, all of those angles are always in your eye, whenever you're looking at something. You can be looking down, but whatever's out there, it's only when you cast your eyes upon them, you're looking at it, that it comes into your field of view. But you're not gauging angles or anything. You're just looking at it.
Yeah, that's that focus angle I was trying to talk about, the focus point, the distance angle. If you're not going to actually concentrate on focusing on it, you're not going to realize what's happening. You physically have to go and focus on that point to see what's going on. It's the same with that shade net in the beginning. If you didn't look at the shade net, you're not going to notice, okay, look, it's dropping behind something that's much smaller and closer to you, which even with the distance, with angular size, it's much greater still. I mean, the angular size of that shade net, if you do the trigonometry, is still greater than that hydraulic pump. But just because I changed my elevation, it dropped below, just as we see on the Blackpool image. So anybody can take any image they want to. If they're not taking observer angle into account, they can't really make a claim.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Here's another point. This has only just come to me.
Hi, Brian.
When you are actually looking at something, you have to focus upon it, and that focus would normally mean you're looking at it from a certain angle. But you wouldn't notice that in reality because you'd always actually be looking at it. Now, when you take a picture, you can take an idea of somewhere that you wouldn't normally be looking at. Like your gaze wouldn't normally be upon that part. So that's why within pictures, they can't represent what you actually see.
Yeah.
And you can get confused between the two.
That's why I like this picture so much, because it was a still shot of a certain angle. You are changing your focus point to something else on the photo. That focus point stays where it is, but it changes the angle because you're viewing it differently.
Yeah.
Could I add something to it, if you don't mind?
Here, go
on. I dropped a diagram into the chat thread. If Bev in a while, if you want to show it. It's basically visual occultation is the. If you look at if you remember the Mark Brett photo, the 275-mile photograph from the Pyrenees to the Alps. When he took that photograph, because he was at such a high elevation, that what he had to do was actually angle his camera down the way. And the reason he had to do that was because if he took a photo straight from his horizontal, because of his elevation and angular size change in the distance, he's making a parallel with he's optically making a parallel with the sea and ground underneath him. So what's happening is there's an optical drop due to angular size change happening in the distance. So he's looking at mountains actually higher than his elevation, but because of angular size change and the parallel that's happening with it, what's happening is he ends up looking over the top of them mountains. So what he had to do was angle his camera down, because if he didn't, his shot would have showed just a couple of very small mountains at the very bottom of it, and the rest would have been just looking at sky. So if you look at his photograph, he had to angle the camera down to take in all the sea and everything else that was below him all the way to the Alps. But visual occultation is the opposite, where you have something that's causing you that's stopping, let's say, a smaller object in the foreground, stopping you viewing the full of the larger object in the background, because the foreground object is either around an equal elevation to your eye line, or it's above. So as Bev, I think it was you said a few minutes ago, I think we were saying that the angle of view to the top of Blackpool Tower for the observer, for Kevin Jackson, would be probably 30 degrees or something like that, because because of Blackpool Tower is about 500 feet above his elevation, and the mountains are 50 miles behind him. It's like if you drove in a straight line at 50 miles an hour without cruise control, without any undulations, on a dead flat straight road, it would take you 1 hour to get there. If you think of it that way, it's 50 miles as the crow flies. So they take 1 hour of driving just to get to where the mountains are, and that's without any stoppages, driving at a constant 50 miles an hour. And even at that, actually, you're about 1.5 miles or 2 miles shy of the peak of the mountain. So that's the distance that's involved. If you're trying to look at the top of that mountain by looking over the top of Blackpool Tower, when you're like about 20 foot elevation or whatever, and Blackpool Tower is 520 foot or 520 something, whatever, you're not going to see the top of that mountain. There's no way you're going to see it. You're looking at sky. And that's exactly what Flatzoid is.
It's tiny in the distance, Brian. It looks tiny. Like the actual bit that you're looking at, if you don't have a P1000, P900, is, I don't know, you wouldn't normally bother taking a picture. I mean, I've got pictures from my phone. You struggle to see Blackpool Tower. So, it's only because you're looking at it through a camera that's got a massive optical zoom. And you can't then take that and start doing trigonometry, measuring, putting rulers on it. It's ridiculous to be measuring angles or measuring distances or sizes or comparing anything like that. And when I said the angle before, I said it's isometric. When you do an isometric view, to keep all of the sizes and distances in proportion so they're to scale, you'd use a 30-60-90 triangle in order to do that. And I just say that's the way it sort of looks. That's the reason they use those proportions, 30-60-90, because that's the way your optics work, the optics of your eye.
Well, our opponents on this, Ranty and Katz and Ruhiv, they're basically trying to claim that we're seeing everything in a trigonometric orthographic view, because everything they're doing involves a 2D piece of paper, and that's what they're doing.
They're getting everybody to look at pictures.
Yeah, they're not taking like human perspective into account, or the camera, or anything else. None of these things are taken into account. The angle of the view.
Exactly.
Are they using straight lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think Ranty would actually come on now that his argument has been totally obliterated?
No, Ranty's going to get some content from this, isn't he? He's going to make another video. Ranty's going to ignore this has happened, claim a victory somehow, and make a video about it, as Ranty does.
Yep. But yeah, because Brian has also been pushing the same. I've actually commented Brian's last video as well, saying we actually coming at the same argument, me and Brian, with the occultation and the angle, but I just took it at a different angle towards the argument, I'd say.
Yeah, it's just a reality view of whatever you're seeing. Now, obviously, for you to start putting an angle to that's a flat floor that rises up to the center of the camera wherever you are. Well, that's your baseline. That's your horizontal. But graphically, when you're looking at it, it's not horizontal. It rises up to near center frame. That's ridiculous to be able to think that you can do that. Well, the obvious thing is to say that it's optics. It's just an optical thing. Once you start looking into the optics, you find out it's not based on right angle triangles. Well, it sort of is, but it's two of them, one back to back, as above, so below. It's two of them. It's an isosceles triangle. As soon as you put that into the optics of it, then I don't know. You have to start looking at things from a different angle, like Flatzoid said. Sounds weird, but You have to put your head in that different place. You definitely can't draw triangles and use straight line triangles to claim a curve.
Well, I'm just happy you guys understand what I was saying. It was quite difficult to take it from my head to this presentation to try and explain.
It is. It's all of these things. Once they seem very simple initially for you to explain, but once you get down to the minutiae of it all, it becomes very difficult to explain it so other people can understand. Now, there will be a lot of people that are listening to this that still don't understand because they've got their own views. Well, come round and let's have a conversation about it. I mean, that's all it is. It's just Flatzoid did a very good job. I applaud you, Flatzoid. Very good. If anybody wants to come and bring any criticism or like bring your own views on what you think, if you don't think Flatzoid's right, come up with an opinion. Like surely, like we can all build on this, right, Flatzoid?
Yeah. Nobody has to believe me. It's all your own opinions. Take what you will, but you can also just go and. I was just trying to give my logical side of the argument.
I like it.
Based on optics. That's all.
What I did with my last video and the one before it, the one before my last one a few days ago, I have an observation that globe Earth geometry has no explanation for. And with my last one, I used an observation and stills and video from Jay Tolan, where he is at an elevation where the distance he's looking at and all the things he's looking at are prior to what would be their geometric horizon. And I show the exact effects of visual occultation. I show demonstration and I give explanation of visual occultation and optical drop and what causes it and why it happens. Then I show real world versions of it. They don't have anything. There is no explanation. Their geometry can't account for it. So they're literally claiming flat Earth proofs and visual effects as their Earth curve at this stage.
You mean you can't just put a ruler on the picture and measure shit?
No, because...
Come on. I'm done, I'm sorry.
No, but even that is nonsense, because we were even speaking on the Flat Earth debates about that, about how the base of the mountain is closer to you than the top of the mountain. So there's an angular size change gradient happening as well. So
can we try and do away with angular size change? Because all you're talking about is an angle, and that angle's changing. Well,
yeah, and that angle's based on trigonometry that you can't place into a picture.
You can't rule out the shadows created by the mountain. I mean, it's just amazing. It's, you know what I'm saying? When you're looking at a irregular shape that has shadows, it's going to trick you, right? So think about looking at that over 50 miles. It's ludicrous, actually. It's just, it's insulting, actually. So
yeah, but that's also back to Brian's point. That's what I was saying. If Blackpool is blocking the base of the mountain, that drop they're associating is literally just the compression, because you're looking upwards at Blackpool. So Blackpool's going to appear larger than the mountain that's much further away. It's as easy as that.
Exactly.
The point is, it's all optical. It has nothing to do with measuring anything.
Nope. Don't need to put measurements to anything.
Who let Rocky in here?
No, live.
Trying to be professional today.
Jiggling chips at the table while he's.
I'm all in.
Yeah, no, you guys.
I call.
Go in, Rocky. Go all in. See what happens.
Well, just escape from work. Now I got to do a bunch of crap.
But thanks again for letting me do the presentation.
Anytime, Flatzoid, anytime. I'm hoping to get some other interest into this, because obviously there seems to be a lot of people that disagree. So we're hoping to get quite a lot of interest into how the globe geometers imagine the...
I don't know if anybody noticed, but Ranty did leave a comment towards the beginning.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, on his new channel, because he's he doesn't want to say it's Ranty, but he's on the Fleur perspective. He said, I think it was along the lines of, "What a load of rubbish! Brilliant! Now I've got content for my second show or something."
Oh well.
Yeah, Ranty said that the flat Earth was a flying disc in space. It's dome covered.
Really?
I was just wondering. Yeah.
That's a little bit crazy and out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I never knew he thought that. You know, even Brandon was like, did he actually always think that? Because
no
wonder he thought he was in a cult. If he was keeping that inside somewhere.
He's got an addictive personality as well.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Everything he's doing now shows he's crying out for help. He doesn't believe what he's pushing at this moment. That's everything that's showing for me. He doesn't believe anything. He's
the
literally
Glovers
just
believe everything
trolling.
he says.
It's just money. Money, money, money. This is all a big show. All of them. Cats,
100%.
Rancy, Gem, all of that lot. Money.
That's why I like this
show.
I like this, Flatzoid, because you've come round to try and help us explain to ourselves. Nobody asked you to do that. Nobody paid you to do it. No, you don't expect to be paid to do it. But it helps.
I gave him a nugget.
Yeah.
Yay.
High five.
But Ranty's going to get some new content for his new channel out of it. That's what he's hoping, right? Now, that's the whole idea of this picture. He's found a picture on Facebook taken from a guy who lives half an hour down the road for a cancer charity, and in a gallery photo. And he's found that on Facebook, and now he's created all of this content. Now, I don't know whether you heard the bit at the beginning when we were talking about Katz's agree to disagree, and the Creaky's left.
Yeah.
There's going to be a new guy on the... Well, what a better way to generate content than to go against the people that have been feeding you and keeping you going for the last 5 years.
Giving you all that money that you were begging for over the last few years. Just been, I need this, I want this. So thousands of pounds.
We're not bitter about this.
Leave Ranty alone.
Yeah.
Is this a dating channel?
We're not bitter about it.
I would say the same about any. I'm not into this whole going online and asking people for money. It's not my cup of tea, because it means you're easily controlled. You're easily led. You're not there for anything other than getting your content and your money.
Yeah. Content creators, right? Now, Ranty has been exposed as a YouTube content creator, not a genuine person. So he should be treated accordingly.
I thought you were saying ratty.
Well, I'm just interested in to see what they would be doing to rebut this, because it's a bit difficult to rebut that angle.
All he's done is looked at a picture on Facebook and shoved a bloody ruler on it.
And I was laughing.
He actually told me. He actually said to me he showed me what his actual proof of the drop was during our debate early enough in the debate. What he did is he drew a line as to where the observer's eye line would be at the base of Blackpool. Now, and then he brought that exact line to the mountains and showed how that line would be halfway up the mountains, completely ignoring that the mid view of the mid eye line of the horizontal eye line view of the cameraman was already appearing to be higher than where his actual oil line is. So your apparent oil line with something in the distance, because things get smaller in the distance, your apparent oil line will always appear higher than your actual oil line. That's why when you stand, I give Nathan's example, stand next to a lighthouse and you have to turn your head directly 90 degrees to look up to the top of it. You move 2 miles away from it and you're looking at the top of it nearly horizontal. You know, because your apparent oil line and your actual oil line are two different things. But Ranty just used this oil line of the cameraman, completely negated the fact that it had already apparently dropped due to the fact that the Blackpool was at a distance of whatever, 6 miles or whatever it is away. And then brought that exact oil line to the mountains and claimed, see, it's halfway up the mountains. Completely forgetting that the actual oil line of the photographer would be way down at below at the base. It would be 20 foot up off the water, off of sea level. That would be his actual elevation oil line. But his apparent oil line would look like it's halfway up the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I showed this with I showed this with the past few videos. One of my own observations, I showed it. How my actual oil line meets the mountain about 700 foot up higher than it should be. But only because of the distance. But this is Ranty's this is what turned him from a supposed truther, flat earther, to, you know, a now present globe truther. The guy is either an absolute evil genius who's going to destroy the ballers, right? Or he's purely dishonest. They're the only two conclusions there is.
What about he's just a YouTube content creator creating content for his new master?
Yeah, he's a
conspiracy
He's a
cats.
character. He's now just a character on the internet.
Dishonest.
Yeah, it's just the internet. It's just the internet character now. That's all.
I don't think there is anything such thing as dishonesty for these content creators. Like, he's creating content. I mean, it's been obvious. I mean, you can't be the self-proclaimed guru of optics for flat Earth and then find a picture on Facebook. I mean, it's a joke. It's got to be a joke. Some sort of humiliation ritual that he has to go through.
It does appear that way.
Or he's very easily led. And he's been tricked into this. I mean, I've never really had any conversation with Ranty. You're free to come round and have a chat at any time, Ranty. Any time. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever he's doing at the minute doesn't sound very intelligent. He's either been dishonest, leading a load of people on that have never been part of the Flat Earth group. And that's seeming like it's a good idea because the self-proclaimed king of optics went round proudly with that name. Ranty Flat Earth. He was one of the ones that proudly had that assigned to himself. So him swapping makes himself the biggest name in the optics and all of that. And it seems like all of the sycophants he had might have been a troll community that have been with him all along.
Well, the arguments he's bringing with optics these days shows he either has very short-term memory of what optics is, or he's just being woefully ignorant.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing optical about his arguments these days.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that was fun.
Yeah, didn't mean to deaden the conversation, but anytime, Ranty, if you want to come round, get yourself some new content, come for a chat. Sure, you can get plenty.
Anybody, even Bearded, he was in the chat. So I was hoping he would come in and talk. Kind of buttered with me now.
NASA's going to come in. Who? But I don't think so. Snaps.
Oh no, she's one of the dumbest globers around.
Having her though would be kind of funny, just to see what she would say.
She just ran away from Bev anyway, so
Making sure.
feigned mic problems and then pissed her knickers and ran away.
Well, she tried to talk to me once. It lasted, I think, 10 seconds because she ended up saying, I don't understand, and she left.
You don't understand. That's normally the way, yeah, that'll be the way it is.
I'm weird because I don't conform to her understandings of how reality works.
They don't know what they understand about their reality. You know, that's the hard thing, right? The questions that you end up asking yourself when you really get down to these questions, it's I don't know, it's challenging on yourself, isn't it? And it's like whether you want to confront those questions or not. It's a lot easier to say that the person that's asking you the question doesn't understand and turn away and get away from that conversation as quick as possible. That's what the I consider the people who have models do, rather than
model-minded
reality. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
model-minded.
Exactly.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
So there's always a representation of something, or something you always have to explain. It's like gravity or something. It's something that they don't want to go into because they're always on their model.
Like a model citizen, right? You're one hell
Or
of
like
a
a
model.
model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of subconscious in a way. Model, you know. Oh, look at that model right there. She's hot.
I don't see it. Just kidding.
Yeah, what is the root of model? Mode. Isn't it?
Modelo.
Yeah.
Hello, negra.
Mean, mode, and meridian. Mathematical. Some other time, perhaps. So, like, what do everybody think of the Flatzoid thing? Are we going to try and develop an elevation thing, sort of similar to that? Do you reckon? Or should we try and do it? I think we should do it in points like that. You know, I like the way that he did the slides. It gives us a way of hitting all of the points in different things. How many slides did you have there, Flatzoid?
I think 17 slides. I went on a bit long. Went on a bit longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, I'd hope that we could get elevation down to a few less than that. 9 would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and this was like just the... I mean, like I said, I've changed it like 4 times. I cut it down from quite a lot of slides to just that. Trying to explain it different ways.
Perhaps we should do the 7. That'd be a good base, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then
7 to 10 slides is a good amount.
Yeah. If we do our 7 points and then build on that to show how elevation.
Yeah, because people really don't understand what elevation is. I think it's something that's quite critical.
Yeah, it's quite good that you've just done that optics one, yeah? It's something we can build on together to show the relationship, and then hopefully we can build on the Stadia optics.
Yeah.
Delve into that a little bit more together, have a meeting of the two.
Yeah, definitely. Because this also explains a lot when it comes to the surveying of the Stadia hairs and why they see what they do and why they can only go to a certain distance.
Yeah. The bridge of acid.
Pretty soon, once we hit it enough, we can just make sure everyone knows how, simply just by putting it into some sort of interactive, I don't know, Blender model or something, or some video that just says everything that we've touched on, and like a video, very simple video that kind of just explains everything. But one thing is like a simple thing will lead to another thing that you might have not have thought about. Like for instance, today I was thinking about parallax, and I've always thought about parallax, of just looking at an object in a distance, right? But then that rises to something else, the angles and making different observations at different heights. It kind of all ties in together. But like I was saying, I think we should just try to do something a little bit more simpler, so we're not like getting bombarded with a bunch of stuff, and then we have to like tie in certain things to each other. Like I was listening and I was getting everything down. It's just like it's a lot of it's simple, but yet a lot of it, like I said, it's just tying in separate things that I didn't know about, but different things, labeling things.
Don't be worried about not getting it. I guarantee you that most of the people that are listening into this aren't getting it. I'm probably not getting it myself, but thinking I'm getting it, right? And at some point in time, something clicks and you're in there.
All right, I'm gonna.
You will get it.
Yeah, that's why I tried.
So I haven't been following. I've just been following along the word. I don't actually know what you guys talk.
Yeah.
well, that's why I tried
Rob.
to do the.
That's expected.
That's why I tried to do the slides with as much information on it as possible. So, if anybody does want the slides and they want to look through, they can. Because if you can read it and go through with a fine-tooth comb, you would maybe understand it a bit better. Sometimes it takes time to understand what you're seeing.
Well, exactly. Like you said, like we know, if like we're not like thinking about literally what we're seeing though all the time. It's just like you're telling us like what we see. Like there's a line up top, there's a line there. It's like of course they're going to be different sort of when if you look at a different angle above them or below them. But just like the little things, like maybe that like the top line you said looked like a little more, I guess, pushed down if you're looking at it at the top angle or something. That's what I was saying. Like the parallax, kind of like the parallax in a sense. It's like you're looking at things at two different angles. One thing might look a separate, different way on one side. But yeah.
Exactly.
Can I go with the
parallax?
The geometric view of it is just a horizontal and a vertical of what you actually would draw or whatever. But if you look in a picture, that rises to the center of the screen wherever your eye line is, and that'll probably be a horizontal. Like, that's definitely not the same thing. So, like, the perception of reality and what you see in a picture, they're two completely different things.
The angles of your eye line.
Look at a picture and try and pretend that's reality, because it definitely isn't. Someone like Ranty should know better than that.
Yeah, can I just I've been away for the last few minutes, but yeah, I saw most of it Flatzoid, well, entirely all of it, and yeah, no, it was really good, mate. And Bev, I think with that last thing you just said there, summarised it. So yeah, well done.
Hey, Bev, can you clarify? Do you mean what you see with your eye, as opposed to what you see in a picture when you zoom in, right? Because if you, what the limit of your eye as you look out is just what represented by a 35 millimeter camera. That's basically a 35 millimeter camera is what you see with your eye, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
So
yeah,
we shouldn't try to
like
200 millimeter lens to our eyeball?
No, like I said, you couldn't actually see it with the naked eye, really, that well.
Well, it depends
it's only
on
when you use the camera.
I get it. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. If you're looking far away into the distance, I do agree. If there's there's something that is 9 miles away, you're not going to resolve that image. But I was just trying to clarify what Bev was saying. I was trying to process with Bev. When you say when you look at a picture, it's not what you see with your eye. Are you talking about a picture that is zoomed in farther than you can see? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about when you're there, like pressing the button on the camera and looking at something. Right,
Yeah.
that's different than the actual picture that you take from the camera. Right, the one will never be the same as the other one. Because one's like a reality sort of thing, because you're there, experiencing it in reality. The other one's just a
In all
picture, it's a
dimensions as well.
snapshot, a moment in
Yeah.
time, represented on a two-dimensional piece of paper. And the angle of that you're looking at depends on the angle, like Flatzoid just said, the angle of the camera, the angle that you're looking at it from, the conditions, all sorts of different things. So the pictures are pictures. If you want to do anything and to measure or whatever, you use professional tools that do that job. And those jobs, those tools, don't normally take pictures of what they're doing. Because it's the tool that's doing the job.
Yeah. Our eyesight is hard to gauge.
I can't get over the amount of content that Ranty's managed to get everybody talking about pictures. He's just found a picture on Facebook. It amazes me what's going on.
Twilight Zone.
Ev, would you share that photo or that diagram I put into the chat thread there?
Can I jump in and just
in live
sorry,
chat?
Everybody.
I
have
put
to go
into chat. Sorry,
I put in chat thread.
Chat
thread.
Because that will complement what Flatzoid are showing.
Wow.
Yeah, I should actually put that in live chat.
Oh, I'll put it in live chat. It's a bit.
Well, at least I see your likes went up from, I think it was 5 or 8 to 22 or 23.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, there's a lot of info on there.
Whose is this then?
Brian's.
It's my diagram.
All right. How high have you got that?
What? I can't see it at the moment. I'm just looking at
The diagram, the observer height.
500, just over 500 feet.
the observer about 20 foot, somewhere around that.
No way.
Yeah, but I didn't think so either. I just went along with the 6 meters thing, just to make a point. To really just making a point with the diagram. That's all. Because I had a thing with Ranty on the show where he jumped on something. It was actually a little mistake due to Google Earth, not me, and I made a decision to put the tower where they showed Blackpool as opposed to where the tower would have been in accordance with the mileage at the bottom. So I just corrected it with that. But he actually agreed to this. He conceded on this point in the debate, but he did it kind of quietly, and then they moved. Cats moved it on fast. So and it happened after a break, so people didn't catch on to it. But he actually conceded to this point.
Right. Well, I think a lot of people have done this. Nobody's ever come like anything like this anywhere around us. Maybe because of this. See that elevation profile there? And you've got Blackpool Tower positioned wherever Blackpool Tower is, and the mountain positioned wherever the mountain is, right? And obviously horizontal distance in between one to the other, and all of the elevation changes from that datum measured on that thing, on the elevation profile, because that's what an elevation profile is. Now, from this picture here, it quite clearly states that the mountain's there and Blackpool Tower is there, right? Now, are we debating whether Ranty can look at a picture on Facebook and disprove the actual physical measurements that have been taken and known and documented and put on every map that's ever been made of the United Kingdom? Or are we going to say, what the fuck is Ranty doing looking at pictures like that? Because like anybody else doing anything else, when they sort of do this and calculate angles and all of that, you're playing into Ranty's game. He wants to generate content over a picture. And he's doing very well at doing it. He's got loads of people drawing triangles, and every one of those triangles has a straight line at the bottom of it and a right angle at the other end.
Horizontal baseline.
Yeah.
That's the point of my diagram, is that I'm taking what they are working off of and I'm showing, like, because in that diagram, that mountain, if you go by the distances between that and the tower, that mountain would be miles and miles high, as opposed to less than half a mile high. So I'm showing what happens when you take that actual height and move it back and keep the observer angle the same, what actually happens. Because that mountain and that tower... I don't know
what observer angle are you talking about, Brian? I think you're in danger of playing their game.
The angle that's looking up over the Blackpool Tower.
But where did you get that angle from?
Well, the cameraman, whatever the camera height was.
No, you've calculated it. You've calculated it from a known distance and a known elevation.
Yeah, but the whole point of my diagram is to take their argument and show how optically that still doesn't work, even in orthographic view. When you stretch out the distance, then the cameraman still ends up looking at the sky and not at the top of the mountain over the top of Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, I'd say stop playing their games of calculating angles from known distances and known elevations.
Yeah, but that hasn't been what I've been doing. If you watch my past two videos, I've been working purely on the visual effects, not on their angle, not on the effects that visually optic perspective will have, not on the angles thing. The only time I worked on the angles thing was during the debate. And I showed how their angular size change calculation doesn't work for their model. But that was the point of the diagram, because I'm taking their argument, which is basically this orthographic trigonometry argument, and I'm showing how their argument doesn't support them, if you understand what I mean.
You're missing out that they're using trigonometry, straight lines and triangles with 180 degrees.
Oh no, I'm not. I mean, you can't do that on a curved surface. I get that, but that was also part. That's also part of the argument.
Yeah, I just point that out. Make sure you point that out first, Brian. Right? I am using a horizontal distance here, just to point out to the ballers, right, that we are using a horizontal distance whilst using this trigonometric function.
Yeah.
Always point that out.
I pointed that out to Ranty. I mean, we've been pointing that out over on the debates, on Flat Earth debates, and I pointed that out to Ranty during the debate. I've been pointing it out to Ruhif, everyone. I mean, that's one of the main things. That using triangles, you have to have three straight lines.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
And that very fact does them in. And the fact that a right-angled triangle uses perpendicular, that's the perpendicular relationship of the horizontal and the vertical. The very word perpendicular doesn't help them as well. So use that. Two perpendicular lines, two right lines, two straight lines, horizontal and vertical, and their relationship to each other are vital within the geometry and any trigonometrical, in reality, function of trigonometrical leveling.
Yeah, and then they must just understand horizontal plane is infinite. So you can't say the horizontal bends at a certain distance. It can't curve. It stays horizontal.
Yeah, no straight line can lie partly within and without a plane. It's a proof within geometry. Right line geometry. Is that number 1, Cleary? I think it was, wasn't it? The first one of right line geometry.
That's my favorite. You know that's my favorite one.
Did you see the videos I made about the Alberuni method?
Did you say you can't do fuck all with an angle on a stick? If it didn't start with that, then I'm not really that interested. No, I've got it's a wizard trick, and I'll be doing it myself.
Yeah, they just use 2 upside down. They just use 2 back-to-back right angle triangles, but they're avoiding their curved surface.
How did they use?
When they're doing
How
it.
did they use right angle triangles? 2 back-to-back right angle triangles.
The bottom and top.
Because they pre-assumed that a geometric and an astronomical horizons exist. That's how they did it. And they just avoided the reality of what their surface would be, which would be flat. Or what their surface should be, which would be curved, sorry.
Yeah, you only had an angle on a stick, and you can't do fuck all with an angle. Especially an angle on a stick. Putting it on a stick doesn't make it special.
You jalapeno on a stick?
Yeah. He had an elevation, right, of a mountain, and then he went to that mountain. He measured, well, supposedly set out a horizontal, and then measured an angle from the horizontal downwards. Measured a vertical angle downwards from the horizontal, whilst knowing an elevation. So he had a stick of a length, and then an angle.
This kind of reminds me of Eratosthenes' little stick thing. It's just like these little made-up history snippets they give us to prove it. I don't know if it's just making fun of us or making fun of them or whoever, but people buy it.
Housekeeping. A little housekeeping real quick. I gave Bearded Devil a live stream role. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I'm not sure if he's still around or not. But
yeah.
Okay. Look, well, at least Bearded doesn't troll as the other guys do. But he's very deceptive in the way he talks, though.
Yeah,
it's the only
typical
thing I don't like
Globehead.
about him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's always got a hidden agenda the way he tries to talk, and that's why he doesn't like what I just did with his observation. He's scurrying around to try to get the camera into the ground now.
Yeah, they really don't like Flatzoid and Brian's Logic over here. I'm sure doing all this. So yeah, we need to do this more often.
Yeah, get some heads together on the optics and all of that.
Yeah, I even see Simon Dan did a... Brian, you made it on Simon Dan's latest video. Do you see that?
No, I don't watch him at all. What did he say?
About
Simon
your
Dan.
occultation with the salt.
Oh,
shaker
the pepper and the tea, yeah.
Yeah. I was laughing.
What did
And
he
you
say
know what
about
his you know what his argument is? That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
it
his argument?
can't in his world. In his world, it has to be our curve.
He's
Not
like,
less.
it's closer to me, so duh. That's more or less his argument.
Yeah,
While he's making your point.
argument.
Yeah.
That's all Simon Dan does, isn't it? I've seen a couple of his videos, and his rebuttals are slightly less than pathetic.
Yeah, I think his audience is probably like 13 years old. They're like, duh.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you're cool, Simon Dan. Yeah.
The funny
great,
thing
great
is,
debunk.
funny thing is, Simon hasn't even tried to even show any of my content because he knows I'd rip him apart. You know how much times I've actually spoken to him that I want to talk to him, and he literally flat out says, "No, he won't debate me." Straight.
He won't debate anyone.
It doesn't matter where we go. I even said I'll go on cats. I don't mind.
Yeah.
No, I
He
don't
can't,
debate
come
flat
on.
earthers.
Can't afford to do that. He lives in YouTube world.
He's just a scripted actor, man. Yeah, he just sits there and they tell him what to say. He doesn't even know what he's saying. He's like,
Yeah. He's like under like MK Ultra. What? Where am I? What was in that tea?
They can just buy thumbs up and all of that sort of stuff. They can buy their own sycophants, can't they, to type a load of comments to say, you're brilliant.
Yeah, and they needed Randy. I think that was the pin for them. It's like once you get Randy in, and then you can just it's everything's downhill from there. You can get more people in now. I think
whatever.
that's what it is.
I don't think anybody's following Ranty anywhere.
No.
I just can't even believe the Globeheads buy it, you know? I saw a picture and now I'm a Glober. Really? Okay, welcome.
It just
we'll
shows
about
you how
the last
fake
5 years.
it is.
Yeah.
Just, it really does. I mean, if I was a Glober right now, I'd be like, oh no, we have to deal with that. Wow, it's nearly as bad as the Flat Earth, like, you know, having to deal with Brian Leakey making models for them. Just as bad.
I mean, imagine cats.
He's gonna freestyle this shit, man.
Yeah.
Freestyle it.
Imagine Cats looked at a photograph for 200 hours and he came over here and said, you know, I'm not a Glober anymore. I'd be like, get the frick out of here. You're an idiot.
Picture of a canal.
We're not desperate for one of them to come here. That's the difference. They're desperate for one of us to revert back to the fold, to the cult. We're not desperate for that. So they'd have to come up with a very good reason for switching over.
I've never had a model. I don't want to get on one. I don't, you know, that'd be ridiculous for me to do that.
Yeah, well, it's looking at it.
Process. It's a very unnatural process to go from reality back into a model. Go ahead, Expo. Sorry.
I was saying, I was just thinking, like, it's two ways you can think of it. It's just, you know, the sycophantic fans that watch these people and will just agree to them at everything that they say, and then there's also the point where they're so desperate for something that they literally have to just get one picture and say something about the picture for these people to cling on to, like, okay, this is proof, you know, and it's just like they're clinging on to that picture and that statement, you know, whatever. Whatever you want to call it, Randy's, you know, coming out or something. It's either desperation or it's just like, man, it's just all downhill. Like I was saying before, it's just like all these people are just going to keep on going to them now, even more and more. But I mean, it's the logic that I think it's appealing to.
Yeah, I want
some people.
I want to do a cheap plug. Well, not cheap, but we're going to start talking about elevation, aren't we, tomorrow? In a real, practical way, and it should pretty much end the debate about curvature. There should not be any question in anyone's mind after tomorrow that curvature has never been measured. Curvature does not exist. That's all I'm going to say about it, really, today.
Yeah, I totally agree. Elevation, all elevations taken off of mean sea level. The reason they don't take elevations from the center of their oblate spheroid is because it's an oblate spheroid. So when people like White the Flat Earth state that level means curved, he doesn't understand what he's saying. Because level can't mean curved, because his belief is not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. So you can't be at an equal distance from the center on an oblate spheroid, no matter where you go. So it's you walk 10 feet away, and technically, from a calculation point of view, you're not at an equal distance from that center.
You just can't bend straight lines. It's as simple as that.
No.
Isn't that incorrect? Because it's sea level is going to be equidistant from the center. I agree that topography you're going to have.
It's not what level is. Level's a straight line on a horizontal.
I know. I'm trying to address what Brian just said. He said that it's an oblate spheroid, yes, but for them, their trick is they have to apply it to water because water is always level, right? It is always equidistant. So they're not saying that the land that I'm on is equidistant.
What do you mean equidistant? Nothing's equidistant. It doesn't.
All right.
I don't know, oblate spheroid. What is? No. What is a radius?
Spheroid.
I know.
What
On
is
a
a radius
sphere,
link?
yes, not on an
Never
oblate spheroid.
mind. I'm sorry I opened my mouth.
Travis,
I'm
there
trying
is no
to respond,
radius.
Travis.
There is no radius on an
I
oblate
know.
spheroid.
I know, but yeah, I know.
Why are you so
Don't
frustrated?
bring it up.
On a sphere,
You're gonna
yes.
get called out.
On a sphere, yes, but on an oblate spheroid,
He's like, no.
It's not equal. And that's why they don't take elevations. When
Travis is a glober.
That's the reason. So sphere, yes. Oblate spheroid, no.
Or as Mr. Nonsensical says, the horizontal ridge is 90, perpendicular, plumb, but also curved.
Yeah, a circle is described by its center and the distance from the center. Who's ever measured that?
No one.
Nobody.
Because it's not reality.
Well, you need a geometric horizon and parallel sun rays.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up.
We have a
geometric.
What are you talking about? Geometrical horizon? What the hell are you talking about,
and you
man?
need-
That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No,
Come on, guys.
hang on.
Get on him.
Hang
Come on,
on.
guys. Get on him. Get on
Hang
him.
on.
You need to
Brian,
pre-assume a
Brian.
model before you do it.
Brian, Brian,
Yes.
hang on. Even Nathan admitted that there is a geometric horizontal horizon. That is what we have. We do have a geometric horizon. It's horizontal.
It's not geometric. It's not
It is.
geometric.
It is.
Apparent.
Absolutely
How is it
geometric.
geometric?
Yes, it is.
But it doesn't adhere to geometry. There's no.
Yes.
What geometry does it adhere to?
Euclidean 3 space is what we live in. X, Y, Z, Cartesian coordinates. That
Axiom.
is your ether band that extends into the depth axis. That is the real fucking world.
Self-evident truth.
Yeah, but how do you measure a distance to an horizon that can change while you're standing there looking at it? It's changing.
You ever seen Wide Awake? You ever seen Wide Awake filming boats out on the horizon? He can
Yeah, I've
actually
seen-
travel to that place. You can actually go there. It's horizontal. It's geometric.
Yeah, but to be geometric, it means it has to have a particular. So from my eye elevation, the horizon can be no more than a particular distance from.
No.
Based on
Whereas
what?
That's not the horizon
No,
we see.
you're caught. Hey,
You can-
I love you guys, man, but you are caught up in that spherical geometry. Throw that shit in the trash. We're talking
Brian,
about reality.
I've
What
just
does
got one
geometric
question for
mean?
Brian. Can I just get
Yeah.
one question to Brian? Brian, is the horizon a straight line on a horizontal plane?
Yeah.
Yes, it's hard.
There you go, it's
It's
geometric.
horizontal.
It's geometric. There you go.
It has to be. It has to be
Does it
geometric.
conform to geometry? That's the
Yeah.
point.
Straight line.
Brian, the only difference is horizontal plane is geometric, but the difference is we don't have to make a radius value to this geometric shape because it's an infinite plane. It's literally just optical on a
Yes,
horizontal
but
geometric
what
plane.
does the word geometric
That's
mean?
exactly right.
What's the definition of the word geometric?
Earth measurement.
Measure, geo, yeah.
Okay, so what measurement can you make to the horizon?
Aquametric.
Horizontal planes.
Horizontal, that's right. If you have
Horizontal
a
planes.
And
But
verticals
you don't
off
need
of
to
those
measure that
planes.
to see that.
Can I go back to what we were just talking about earlier? Right? If you're stood and you're looking out and you can measure a horizontal, or you can put a horizontal and you can measure an angle down, that gives you an angle, doesn't it? What can you do with that? You do have a horizontal and you have an angle, that's geometric, but you've just got an angle. What can you do with that? Nothing. You need something to scale off in the distance in order to measure a distance or a size or whatever. But you need to know a measurement. If you've only got an angle, that's all you've got. You can't do any geometry with it, with an angle. You've got a third of a triangle, and that's nothing. You can't do anything with it. In order to do trigonometry, you need a right angle triangle, two right lines at least, and an angle, and one of the distances, and an angle, obviously not the right angle, another one of the angles. They're basic requirements for doing trigonometry, so you can't do anything with one angle. But to say that the horizon isn't geometric because of that, I mean, that's ridiculous. It's all, if you're looking out across the water, it's a horizontal horizon. All horizontals are defined as being parallel to that plane. If you're looking at the mountain, and the mountain, you've got a topographic horizon, well, is that geometric? Well, yeah, because that's also been measured. That's the land. That is the earth. It has been measured already. So the horizon is always geometric. You just can't measure a distance to it because you just stood there with an angle. That's the best you can do from one position.
Yeah, but the globe claim is that the horizon adheres to a particular geometry that's based on a particular radius value.
They claim
which geometry?
They claim lots.
So, yeah, but they are our opposition. I mean, if geometry? You don't call it, it's spherical geometry.
No straight lines in spherical geometry.
straight lines.
So you talked at the same time there, right? You'd have to say it again.
And we both said the same thing. No straight lines in spherical geometry.
Well, the radius is a straight line.
You can't.
No, there's no radius in spherical geometry. There's no chords in spherical geometry. There's no tangents in spherical geometry. There is only a surface of a sphere. That's it. That's all you've got. So
that surface, by the way, which they claim is 2D.
Yeah, you play their games. I mean, you can play their games all day. They'll keep claiming all sorts of stuff, and you'll have to keep disproving it.
They fooled everybody because, Brian, you look at critical geometry, the rules change. They're playing two different games at one time. They're using straight lines, and geometry doesn't have it.
I know that. I know they're doing the bait switch. I understand that. But they still do claim a radius. And that is still an argument we have to fight against.
It's not an argument if you pull out the rules group with geometry axes. Or not axes, have.
Yeah.
I missed a lot of that, Buster. You were breaking up. Sorry.
Yeah, never mind.
At the end of the day, your arguments have the same waypoint. There's no geometric radius to be measured. So.
Yeah, there's no in actual geometry. There's no way to measure that radius, so you can't have it. Bri, we've often asked people this. We'll bypass the straight line, but what about a curve? How would you best describe a curve or the curve?
Like just a curve itself, like of a ball in general, or
yeah. How would you choose to describe it?
Well, it's not a straight line. To be the simplest way to describe it, it would be a curved line that you would follow. That you could
is a radius
or trace.
Is a radius really a straight line, or is it just a center and a distance from that center?
Well, if you wanted, like, I mean, if I play baller and I want to get a radius.
Yeah, don't play baller. We don't want you to play. Just play reality. Just talk about it as though.
Okay,
They're totally irrelevant, you know. Why even keep them? I mean, you can do what you want. I'm just saying they have brought nothing in 5 years. Absolutely nothing.
Don't bring their model in for them.
Oh, I know that, but like, don't get me wrong. I would rather get rid of them at this stage. They're of no use. I've listened to them since 2015. They don't have anything. But the problem is they are still not so much even them now at the moment, but we have a world out there who don't know anything about any of this. They're all completely oblivious to it, most of them. So we still have to deal with them, and they're still going to refer back to their spherical geometry.
No, they're not.
So, well,
no, trust me. Nobody is equipped to do that. Not one of them. If you keep talking about it, then they might pick up a few pointers from you. but then you're helping them because you're making it up too. It's not real. It's not even a viable concept for you to imagine.
Yeah.
To
You
be
can study
real.
spherical geometry in 5 minutes. 1 page. There's not much more than that.
And do yourself a favor, look up between them. And that's it. Done, dusted.
You broke up there. We didn't hear whatever it was. Do yourself a favor, look up.
Say it again.
Am I coming?
It's choppy.
Say it again. Say it again.
Say my name, bro.
Do yourself a favor, look up the difference between Euclidean, real life, reality, geometry.
Euclidean, 3 space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 space. Look up the differences and the rules that they changed in the non-Euclidean. And it's done and dusted.
Yeah, I understand. Though I have looked into those things, and I understand one is reality, one is not. But the people that we're dealing with a world that believes that the other geometry is real, basically, or they're told it is.
I don't think so.
Do you think the normal person on the street is like Jim Panda or Bearded Devil? They're not, man. They're not.
No, they're not. But you can get similar responses out of them, and they will turn to someone like Jim Panda or someone who's maybe more educated than Jim Panda, who will do what Jim Panda does, but in a more professional way.
There's no one equipped for it, Brian. No one.
Yeah, it's not about proof though, because they've had us believing we were on a spinning ball for a couple of 100 years without any proof. So this is not an argument about proof, if you know what I mean, from their side. It's an argument about belief. If they can keep people believing that what they say is correct, and that if they can say it with confidence, listen to someone like Wolfie who speaks with confidence, but he has nothing to back it up. The very job he does disproves the globe every day. But yet he's there stating it's a globe. And he'll show his EQ telescope, another thing that doesn't work on a ball if you look into it. These things like that. So that's what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with a world of proof versus proof. That's not the argument. It's proof versus belief, and belief is what they have. We have knowing and proof.
No,
have belief.
They have a
consensus.
model, Brian. A non-real, like an imaginary model. That's all they've got. Like, we have reality, and we can explain reality. Right? There's no need to keep mentioning their model. It's not real.
Yeah, if we can keep it out of them.
I agree. I totally agree. I don't really want to be talking about it. I don't really want to be talking about it. I want to be talking about reality. But unfortunately, we have a consensus out there that believes in this model. And they believe the people who tell them, like people like Brian Cox, who has the Discovery Channel and National Geographic and mainstream television and probably a YouTube channel with millions and millions of viewers and subscribers, who could just put out any video and sway the populace. So that's what we're dealing with. We're fighting against a belief and consensus, not against proof and reality, because we have that on our side.
Yeah, I think it changes from person to person. I think if you get into the debate with someone who hasn't really been into it, then you don't need to bring in the model, then good. But if they bring the model in, then then I'd say take it from debunking the radius type of thing. But otherwise, you just bring geometry straight without radius. If they're not going to bring it in, you won't need to get to the argument of their model. It falls down at the roots.
Yeah, I mean, look at what one of the things they come at us with, a dip to the horizon. What is that? It's you have an optical horizontal. So your horizontal is above the elevation of a different horizontal that's lower than that horizontal. And the two of them are measured in the difference between them with a vertical. So two horizontals and a vertical. That's their proof. The only difference is they take an angle, which you can't even have on a curved surface.
Are the two horizontals parallel?
Yeah.
Done. Thank you.
That's it.
There's no need to go into any more conversation.
Yeah, that's why we want to do this elevation presentation, because it just destroys everything.
It's the basic logic that we did ages ago. Well, horizontal's being parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's it. Done. You may as well just carry on.
Sorry, I keep cutting in on you.
Go on.
Sorry, twice I cut in on you. I thought you were finished twice. I didn't realise you were going to continue saying stuff or talking. No, what you're doing is brilliant. I mean, it's brilliant. You're showing with basic geometry and surveying techniques that what they're claiming is a complete load of rubbish, right? Everything they do becomes Cartesian, XYZ. They have to, even their total stations use Cartesian and polar. Polar is only possible on a 2D flat plane. Cartesian is possible on 2D and 3D, but it's all a flat plane, and they just mathematically convert the whole lot. Like, so you're showing with geometry,
Brian,
with real world
I keep
geometry
hearing you say
and
that.
surveying.
They mathematically convert it. Where? Where do they do that?
They convert it via they go from Cartesian, 3D Cartesian, to 2D flattening of the WGS 84, and then they further convert it to the oblate spheroid of the WGS 84.
What do they flatten?
What are they flattening? They're flattening the WGS 84.
Is that where they get the coordinates from?
Their coordinates come from when you look at, let's say with Google.
No, Bri, no. You say they take this and they do this with it. I'm just on about people that are out there in reality. They're making measurements. They're making horizontal measurements and vertical elevation changes, right? So in reality, that's what they happen.
They're using Cartesian.
Right, so
Cartesian.
What happens when you say they convert it? What are they doing? Where are they converting it? To what? For what purpose?
Well, they take all their other data that they've gained and they convert it from Cartesian, 3D Cartesian, to latitude and 2D latitude and longitude and height, and what they call height above ellipsoid.
Yeah, so they convert it into exactly the same XYZ, but they just call one of them latitude and longitude. Right? That's all they do with that, right? So they're not changing anything and they're not converting anything. They're just putting it on a different map. Another 2D map. It's exactly the same. So they're not really converting anything.
Yes and no, because the terminology they're using, right, and the fact that they end up converting and using tangent planes within the ECEF system.
Yeah, that's wizardry you're using right there.
I know it is. I did 2 presentations on the thing.
So
I know what they're doing.
I'm not going against you, Brian. I'm just having to point out, in case people who are listening aren't quite aware of this. This is a wizard trick. They're taking actual vertical and horizontal measurements. They're telling you they're converting it, but they're not. They're just putting it on another 2D map. It's exactly the same thing, right? And then they say they're going to convert it into something else onto a sphere, but they're not. They'll convert all of those details onto a map, a flat map, because all maps are flat. And all of the points will be put on there. There's no conversion into anything that ever makes it spherical, because a spherical surface is a non-developable surface. You can't express it on a 2-dimensional plane without distortion. So there's no mathematical way they can convert a 2D plane into a curve. It just can't happen.
Well, what they do is when they take their zenith, they pre-assume that is going to the center of an oblate spheroid.
Brian, they don't. They convince you that they've convinced themselves that they do that, but they don't. Well, they just take vertical and horizontal readings in reality. That's it.
Yes, that's true. Vertical and horizontal. But they can claim a sphere by using the ECEF method. And bringing the zenith to the center of an oblate spheroid.
Nobody's going to explain that, Brian. Better than you, right? If you weren't around, there would be nobody that could explain that. Because I've been trying to get them to do that. And guess what? They run. They can't even explain horizontal being a straight line or a curved line. So for you to go that far to explain that they can do that, or put the perception in anybody else listening that there's some sort of mental thing or some computer program that can do what is mathematically impossible, and just put it in their minds that it might be possible, that you're talking about it, you're telling everybody what they do, but they don't actually do it. They can't do it. It's impossible. Impossible being as it's not possible at all. Even mathematically.
I don't disagree with that. Well, they can mathematically show figures, but they can't show it in a reality.
Have you seen that formula?
The formula for the conversions.
Yeah.
Is that it? Well, it's done once they gather data off of from the total stations. They convert it from. That's the starting of the conversion. I mean, if you want to, the base of it is a 3959 radius. That's the starting point for everything.
You know, they triangulated the UK before they did that, right? The second time.
Before they did what? Sorry.
Before they did that, whatever it is that you're talking about. Because triangles, like you said earlier, have 3 straight sides, and you can't triangulate something to find that there's curved lines in your triangles. It sounds ridiculous, me saying it. But obviously, you talking about it, like, you know, makes it sort of seem possible that after the fact that they've triangulated the UK to be within 2 centimetres, I think, because it was metric when they did it. It might have been 2 inches, I don't know. But yeah, they got really, really accurate, and then they've got all of the points from all of those points in other triangles, and so that's how we've got the most accurate maps there are of the entire country.
Yeah, I totally agree. What they did is they originally had the ITRF system, which is the International Terrestrial Reference Frame, and that was just basic. All elevations were off of mean sea level. Everything was horizontal and vertical, right? And they still claimed a radius in the globe, but no matter what they did, everything they did was just horizontal and vertical. But when they got the use of GPS, what happened then is they started using that ECEF method. The only reason I wanted to know and be able to explain all that is so I could tell someone who doesn't know any better. I can explain out exactly what happened, and exactly how they're doing what they're doing.
I think you just add into the wizardry.
Coordinates that they're using. Because if I say to someone that GPS uses 3D Cartesian, YZ flat Earth coordinates, and they look and see that they get their GPS coordinates as latitude and longitude and elevation above ellipsoid, then I have to be able to explain what that is and why they're claiming that.
You know what
and
I always say?
The ECF method is.
You know what I always say? You say when they get their coordinates. I would say what the process of you getting those coordinates. What do you imagine those are? How does GPS get you coordinates?
I know, yeah. Everything that GPS has came from flat plane surveying. Every single thing.
No, how do you actually get them, right? How do those coordinates...
Horizontals and verticals.
No. No. How do you get the coordinates?
How do I get the coordinates? On my phone or whatever.
Yeah, but how do you know? How does your phone know to get those coordinates?
Because it's given them by land towers or whatever. I'm not picking
triangulation.
Triangulation, yeah.
Yeah, triangulation. Sorry, I thought you were asking me. Yeah, triangulation.
So
or with GPS is trilateration. But same thing. They're just using microwave.
Yeah, trilateration. Lateral straight lines.
Lateral.
Yeah.
Yeah. trilateral. Yeah.
So you're using straight lines again. There's no curve. Nobody ever uses any curve, even when you come to describe whatever it is you're doing. There's no curves in any of it. And in fact, the geometry is the mathematics that is exact. Triangles are why they use triangles, is because they're the only shape that has exactly 180 degrees that you can guarantee on it every time.
I can't disagree with any of that.
Well, the point I want to try and make is that of all of the people I've ever talked to, Brian, you're the guy that talks about this the most, and these methods and things. Even the so-called professionals don't talk about this as much as you, because they can't justify saying it, because they know they can't follow up if somebody then asks them a question about it. They just won't talk about it. So if the only person I ever hear talking about it is you, and like you're helping them talk about it, and there's loads of people now that think that the ballers have some way of doing it, because you talk about all of these ECFG and the WGS84s and all of that. The mathematical model they fit
that on board.
Doesn't work.
I take that on board, yeah. I can understand how I am influencing, yes. What I've tried to do was to get people to look at it like I did and see it for what it is, which is an illusion. I was under the impression, basically what I always try to do is have more information than the ballers do, not just about the flat plane, but about their claim. And so maybe I go a bit over the top about that, but I like to have my details correct. Now, I understand what I asked. I offered both Jesse Kozlowski and the main surveyor debates. I think I offered to debate both of them at one point, and they turned it down because I only had some very simple questions that I knew they wouldn't be able to answer, because then they'd have to start speaking about that. And one of the videos I have on my channel is Jesse Knows It's Flat, as he's detailing how GPS, which is what a lot of people in the world thinks needs a globe to happen, uses flat plane coordinates. So yeah, I do. I've maybe gone a bit over the top, and maybe you're right. Maybe I am helping him a little bit, because I don't hear the surveyors talking about it so much. Whatever. Well, if you call them surveyors.
There is no surveyors left. Have you not noticed? Have you not noticed they've all run away? They've all vanished. There is none.
I have noticed that.
Yeah. Do you know why? It's because they know what's coming. They know they can't defend the bullshit. They know that the surveyors that they've had out already are a load of bullshit. They're not real surveyors. They've been pretending. Like a bit like Ranty. People who have been pretending to be things that they're not. Like actors. They can't defend what they have to say, then they just have to disappear. Go. Run away.
Well, I do remember many times listening to you speaking with them, these surveyors, and just on basic things, they couldn't give you a straight answer. It was a constant. They could not give you a straight answer. Just like, when does a straight line become a curve? Such a simple question. And they can't give you a straight answer on that, because it doesn't. Ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why when we do a straight line test, it's like a geometric straight line test to prove a straight line. That, it doesn't prove a curve. It's impossible for it to be a curve, but I mean, we'll show it with a straight line test. It's dead easy to do as well. Well, let me say dead easy. You've got to put quite a bit of thought about it, and like an idea of of what proof is, and what you personally accept as a proof. Because some people aren't willing to accept it. Some people aren't capable of getting it just yet. They might get it in the future. Some people may never get it. Doesn't half sound weird.
Well, you know what? I think I would just say something similar to this there earlier, or something along the same lines. I tend to get very complicated about things. I learn a lot of information about something, and I can talk for 10 minutes about something. But after a certain amount of time, I can just say one sentence and cover the whole lot of those 10 minutes. I just know something, and that one sentence is enough. And I think it kind of gets down to everything is just horizontal and vertical, and that's it. There is nothing else, and no one can prove any different in the world, in real world. There is only horizontals and verticals. That's that. There was no consistent curve of anything. There was no movement of that curved surface. There's nothing like that. Horizontals and verticals, and that's really
it's a vertical datum.
Yeah.
Even on their model, it's classed as a vertical datum. Well, what do you reference that to? Perpendicular.
Well, there's a reason why mean sea level is 0. You know, because they can't come up with they can't do it any other way. Everything has to come off of that 0 flat surface.
Well, you have to have a baseline datum to start off with.
Yeah, you have
Horizontal
to have a horizontal
baseliners.
Yeah, you cannot have a vertical without a horizontal.
Ollie, we've been saying this shit for a year now. It's funny. Everybody's finally catching up.
Can't have a vertical being a horizontal. Like that's it goes against basic logic. Like one does not turn into the other. A horizontal is perpendicular. It's a right line. It has to be straight. The proof is it being perpendicular. It is a straight line, a right line. It's the two right lines that we use, the vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, people say you're presupposing in Euclidean 3 space. I'm like, no. Everything is measured from a horizontal and a vertical, differential leveling.
The guys in Brandon's at the moment say I'm presupposing that horizontal surface when I'm showing that hydraulic jack.
Yeah.
Hydraulic pump. I'm presupposing horizontal. I said, so concrete slab, horizontal is now presupposition of horizontal. It's like, what?
Do you know the first time I heard that? Sorry, Brian. Do you know the first time I heard that presupposing? Bet Cleary will be able to tell you. Presupposing horizontal. I mean, that's a bit...
That was from Sleepy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's weird, that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's certain comments that you hear people say, and then the way that those comments, just brisk little brief comments, they resonate and they go through the community and end up coming back and doing that. I mean, how can you presuppose a straight line? That's ridiculous.
Exactly. Every survey that's ever been conducted, everything that's ever been measured, documented, and recorded was using right line geometry. There's no mystery to it whatsoever. You can't presuppose reality. That's the way reality is measured. How do you measure a curve?
Yeah,
by presupposing it.
Don't push it, Clary. Challenge you too much.
I think though what's happening is the correct thing, because rather than all of, let's just say you have what you're doing and what happens on the Flat Earth debates, what's happening on Brandon's, and then you have Globebusters. They're the kind of 4, let's just say, most well-known groups and shows, whatever, on YouTube.
No way! You didn't add us in with all of them, did you? Thank you very much.
Well,
I remember Jaren in
well,
there. No,
yeah,
I don't watch any of them,
groups,
to be honest.
Well, I don't watch Globebusters. but I follow ye, follow Brandon's, and obviously I'm on the Flat Earth debates. But the thing about this is that I think it's necessary to have. Even though, like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of points that people don't agree on and different things, but it's necessary to have the different groups coming at things from different angles. So you're attacking the geometry and the surveying. You're attacking just straight out reality measurements of what the world is, how the world is measured, how it's always been measured. And Flat Earth debates attacks things like fallacious stuff like distance to the sun, gas pressure without a container, gravity, all this absolute nonsense. Then you have the likes of globe busters who attack a lot of NASA stuff, and then you have Brandon's where you have basically a good place for people to listen to what happens when Flat Earth and Globe Earth debate each other. And the nonsense that goes on.
Don't forget the presentations. Don't forget the presentations, man.
Yeah, presentations, but the point I'm making is that each one is necessary. You know, each one is necessary to sway the public in the future. Each one is necessary. And there's obviously teething problems with each one, but go on, Flatzoid.
They each bring their own, how can I say, flavor to the argument.
Yeah, I mean, somebody could listen to one of the hangouts on Tree Space, right? On Try Thinking, and that would be what they'd want to. That would be what they'd mostly be interested in. Or someone might like Globebusters because they're not too bothered about the geometry and the surveying, but they want to hear about how NASA's a lot of nonsense. You know, it depends on what somebody is attracted to, what speaks to someone, and that's why I think the different groups are necessary to get the point out there. Because if we wouldn't work, because we couldn't focus on any particular points, if we were trying to focus on all of them as one group, it just wouldn't work.
Yeah. Everybody does their own thing, right? That's up to everybody as an individual, also, because this is an individual journey that everybody has to go on. That's what all this is about. It's all about individuals, and the point is that the information that we all have should be shared. It shouldn't be hidden or, kept in little bits. We should keep an open dialogue between all of us together out over all of the things. But obviously, certain people specialize in certain different things. So there's not much point in us getting involved in areas that we're not interested in. But anytime anybody feels like they could help, or they could do with any help, then everyone should be able to go round. But we had the other day, when you were doing that thing with Ranty, there are people out there. There's bunches of trolls that are purposely out there to disrupt and cause division where there isn't any. Right, and then that then in turn causes people to have opinions where they feel they can't go and talk to other people, or for whatever reason. And that's what we've got to be careful of, is like not just trusting what you hear about other people. Like, if you want to actually find out, go to that person and ask them, come and ask them, or get them, to converse together, rather than keeping all of this. I'm mainly thinking of Ranty at the minute. Like, he's the biggest little bitch I've ever known. He's talking shit, and he's like, not once has he ever come to ask us where the picture was taken from, what height it was, or anything like that. Not once. So,
yeah, well, he's not on a journey of discovery. He's on a journey of finding out, and knowing. He's on the journey of something else. I can't divine his thoughts, but he's obviously not He's not on an honest journey. He can't be. It's impossible unless he fell and banged his head, and we don't know about that. Do you know what I mean? It has to be something like that because it would take something as extreme as that. You know, something like that, or a complete breakdown, something like that that we're not aware of.
Drugged.
You never know.
Yeah.
Nah, it's cog dis. It's cog dis of finding out something that you've convinced yourself that there is no proof, and then finding out, shit, I had the wrong conception of what actual proof is, and yes, there is proof. Right, it does exist. In the strictest literal sense of the word proof. Yes, it does exist. And it is very simple.
Bought out. A little bit of both, maybe.
No, it's there.
Well, ballers are more popular. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, because that, the show, the entertainment, the non-reality of it all, that's what appeals to them, the fakeness. You know, you can be something you're not in that world, in the sci-fi world as well. You know, there's no need to deal in reality if you're dealing in fantasy completely all the time. If you can perceptualize that fantasy is reality as well, and convince yourself, and then sit around in groups whilst calling the other people that think differently, call them the ones that are in their group. You know, like you can flip everything upside down.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible.
Sorry.
Go on.
If you look at cats, conspiracy cats. Now, he has is what it shows is a claimed subscriber base of 55.5 thousand the last time I looked, which is when I was on the show. I mean, I don't know what he does, as in, I don't see his content and stuff like that. But he doesn't seem to be, like, he doesn't put in the effort I put in to do things and research stuff and stuff like that. He just has to take the rhetoric and put out what is already there, basically copying and pasting. He doesn't have to see things from a different angle. And, okay, I mean, if that's what he chooses to do, grand, I'm not judging him. But it's like you can have 55.5 thousand subscribers without a load of stress, or you can, if you want to see it as stress, I enjoy it, or you can be a flat earther and have less than 400 subscribers and put a load of effort in. At this
Did you see
time,
Ranty's video called Flurfspective, where he talked about the Earth as a flying disc in space, it's dome covered?
Yeah.
I couldn't find his channel anymore. I can't find his channel anymore. So
The perspective. Yeah, it's a new channel, Brian.
Yeah.
Somebody share that because
you and Gary were his main.
Somebody
the main thing
earlier, did he?
Yeah.
I'll go back. I'll try.
Yeah, the main thing about it is if you watch that video, you'll recognize that he is totally lying, because no self-respecting flat earther would believe in a space disc covered with a dome, in a heliocentric model or something. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he tried to pretend that's what he, like that. He was mentally ill, and with an addictive personality, and he was led to believe that Earth was a spinning space disc in a dome. And he's
if you ever look in
come back to the globe.
Have a look in the live chat, Brian. I've just posted a link.
Bad Hair posted a link. Some guy named Bad Hair. Not DP.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go to bed.
Yep. Thanks a lot for
Flatzoid.
Yeah, cheers, dude. Made the night.
Yeah, nice one, Flatzoid.
There you go.
Good presentation.
Good show, Flatzoid.
Yeah, that was good. I'm impressed. I like the way he did the optics. He did it from a purely optical point of view. This is what you see.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does, though, doesn't it? Not trying to bring anything else in. Just looking at it from a realistic point of view.
I didn't see a damn thing. I was driving around the whole time, but I'll certainly watch it. I'll listen to it all.
Yeah, I got him to send me the slides. If you want to read through the slides, I'll send them on to you, Cleary.
Yeah, he sent me some the other day. I'm not sure if I got everything. He does a great job. He doesn't bullshit around. Brian's Logic too. It's good to have him here.
Thank you. I might do a presentation myself, not on the same thing because that's what Flatzoid's after doing. So be standing,
Yeah.
just say the same stuff. There'd be no point in me trying to say the same thing as Flatzoid.
One thing
maybe
you'll
on something
realize
else.
about hanging out with us is we will call you out. I mean, if we disagree, I mean, you guys say there's no geometric horizon. We say there is a horizontal geometric horizon. You know, you can ask Travis. You know, you get a lot of shit around here, but it's all positive and constructive. So, and
No, that's
you
fine.
can give it back
That's
to us
fine.
too. Yep.
Well, no, I
It's fun.
like what you're saying about the horizon being geometric because it's horizontal. Yeah, I understand why you're saying that. I understand why you're saying that. When I speak about a geometric horizon, I'm speaking from the baller's point of view, what they claim.
Yeah, you'd be surprised if you.
Why
you'd be
waste your
surprised
time
if
with
you
that, Brian? Sorry,
Yeah,
Cleary.
you'd be surprised if you stop talking about the model and all that it just kind of fades away. It just kind of leaves your mind. Like I used to talk about 9.8 meters per second squared and 93 million miles, you know, but then I just quit and all that concept just kind of fades away. I don't have to have it in my ammo. I don't give a shit if you know I'm battling rumpus on globe concepts because those globe concepts are just a circular argument. But when you get down to reality, to the ground game, what you can measure, it measures horizontal. It's a horizontal baseline foundation. We know that. There's no changing that. Based on hydrostatic equilibrium and communicating vessels, physics supports, flat water.
The law of communicating vessels, I haven't looked into that, but if I take a stab at it, is that basically that if several different vessels are connected, that if you fill them with water, the water will always reach the same level in each one?
Yes. Ultra accurate.
How much precision you reckon?
Yeah. Remembering, right? I'll just let you know. You know the straightest thing, or so-called straightest thing in the universe, LIGO.
The LIGO station.
Is to a 20,000th of an inch. Right? Now that's the accuracy of that. Now, so how accurate do you reckon communicating vessels could be?
You couldn't be more accurate.
What, than 20,000th of an inch?
You'd be surprised.
Yes, you could.
You'd be really surprised.
You couldn't be more accurate than using water levels. I just couldn't see how it's not possible to be more accurate.
It is water level.
Yeah. But how accurate is the question?
Sorry.
100%, I would say.
No, there's no such thing as a 100% accuracy.
Well, yeah, pretty much. When you give them the answer, yeah, that's pretty much 100%. Yep.
But water will always conform to the same level as the you have the air pressure or the local air pressure or whatever.
Yeah, the question is how accurate do you think they could get that measurement of the water level? Like measurable, how accurate? How finite could they get, do you reckon?
They wouldn't have been able to measure that. I wouldn't believe they'd be able to measure to that accuracy. It wouldn't be possible to measure that to that accuracy.
It's like
surprised. What's the best accuracy
error.
they can measure to? That's the question, right? How accurate can they possibly be? Do you know the
Well, all they
number?
have is water levels and auto level, or water levels and auto levels. That's the.
Oh, they've been hiding this stuff.
All right, guys, give me an answer.
I don't know anything else.
Yeah,
I don't,
sorry.
I don't know. I'm not understanding the questions. I don't know
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
else.
You could
Yeah.
never guess. It's like what, 50
No,
million?
it's like
I
the accuracy
I
of
know
a
they use
GPS. The accuracy.
GPS, I know they use GPS.
But no, how accurate is a GPS?
How accurate is GPS?
Yeah.
Well, if they're using actual GPS, they're trilaterating every position.
And how accurate is it?
A few meters, probably.
You're talking trilateration is 4 microwave signals, which are direct line of sight signals. So it would be pretty accurate.
Yeah. How accurate? Have you not like it's you're being a bit vague by going pretty.
Well, he doesn't know the answer, y'all.
Yeah.
Well,
you got to tell him the answer.
I would say it's absolutely accurate, but then again, I don't know. So
GPS though.
I don't. It would be if they're using it. I mean, I know what it is. I know what it does. So it would be very, very, very accurate.
Well, all I know, right, from the GPS is what Jesse Kozlowski's claimed. I've never heard anybody else claim. In fact, I have heard other people claim, and they say you're within about 1 meter or 2 meters. I have heard 10 meters. So it's very vague. But Jesse Kozlowski claimed 8 inches, I think, or up and down, like somewhere within that. So
After you said Jesse Kozlowski claimed,
yeah,
we should just forget the rest of it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, but I mean, like these are accuracy measurements, right? And what I'm trying to get at is that that's an accuracy of GPS, right? Now you consider that being pretty accurate. Well, I don't consider that being accurate at all. That's terrible accuracy. Now, my auto level, I would stay within a certain distance because I could be millimeter accurate with that. That's how good I could be with that. But only because the crosshairs and the thing could only measure 1 millimeter. But that's not how accurate, right? If their LIGO is so-called claimed straight to within a 20,000th of an inch, then that's a claimed measurement accuracy, right? Away from straight. Now, the question is, how accurate do you think a water level could possibly be? Or the law of communicating vessels and the vessels that you put on the end of the water level, right? How accurate do you think they could use water in order to measure something?
If I had to build that LIGO station, it would be water levels I would be using.
Yeah.
Well, they have communicating vessels. Yeah, they have communicating vessels that measure with micrometers. Just as a hint.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see how you could get more accurate than water levels. I wouldn't see how it could happen.
Well, this is a device that is a water. Yeah. Well, this is a device that just measures with the micrometer within the vessel accuracy to be able to get level, from one point to another. And it gets down to
how accurate?
50 millionth of an inch.
Right, so
at that point you're dealing with the minuscule, aren't you? Less than that.
It's a micrometer within the vessel, yeah.
It's like the most accurate thing for measuring there could possibly be. Right,
But didn't you say you could attach several different
you can put
to 80?
To 80. Well, it says 80, doesn't it? But I mean, I don't think there's any limit. Put 80 of them together, you could easily do that, and you would be guaranteed to be that accurate. Now, the claimed LIGO is claimed to be less accurate than that. So,
well, it's probably a little off. Globeheads built that, so
mustn't need to be that accurate. Maybe a bit of dust on the jack or something. They can't claim for that. But I mean, yeah. So the question then becomes, if you've got a device that can do that, it's like, how do you tell straight or curved? That's the only question you've got left. And is there a way of measuring to tell a difference between a straight or a curve? Well, you've got the device that can measure.
Well, I mean, you could take the elevations off of the ground underneath it all along.
Level doesn't matter about the ground underneath it, does it?
Yeah, but I'm talking about it from their point of view. They could use the LIGO station and take the ground underneath the LIGO station that's not accurately leveled or whatever.
It's got, one of the arms has a canal at the side of it, don't you?
A canal of water.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that. No.
Did you not?
No.
Yeah, most people don't, right? Because, I mean, what do you do about that? How do you explain the drop from one side?
Yeah.
And a drop from the other side, and a hump in the middle.
Yeah, Brian, you've heard about the law of hydrostatic equilibrium, right? Based upon even altitude of pressure along the water surface, along the ends of the water level. As long as it's an even altitude of pressure, it's going to be an even level, right? A horizontal line, a dead straight line.
Yeah, the air pressure is going to be the same. Like the local air pressure, the local PSI is going to be equal along that whole water.
Yeah.
And there's an average, always an average amount. Yeah.
It will be horizontal. I mean, do you think there's any limitation to a horizontal that you could establish with the water level?
No, I think it was Dave Rakia was saying that it actually gets it gets more accurate with distance, because when I say that, what they mean by that is that there's nothing else that can be accurate with distance like that water level. I don't see how you couldn't be accurate. It would just continue being accurate. It can't not, like.
Yeah.
I mean, three of them a meter apart is the same as 3 million of them.
But it's so accurate. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, one last thing is you always say what they say. Okay, what we do is what we should be talking about, right? Because they could say a lot of bullshit and they will never do a goddamn thing. Okay, but we could demonstrate what we're talking about. Level is horizontal.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I absolutely agree. They don't do anything. All they do is beg the question of their model, and if they're doing anything, they have to add in their model into what they're doing, or they do something what I call a delta X argument. They start at delta X, so they never start with X. They'll add in gravity without ever proving or showing or demonstrating or isolating gravity. This kind of stuff. This is what they do. Let's just say, just as an example, they never deal with X. It's always a delta of X.
Yeah, the word experiment comes from experience. You experience something. Okay, say you do it repeatedly, you're experimenting, right? And then you become an expert. That's only through practical demonstrations, practical use of something. And anything other than that is just a concept. It's just trash.
It's experience and mental, isn't it? You process the experience. Experiment. Experience. Mental.
An experiencement.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, must be experienced. You can't get it. You can't do it without like a practical. Can you?
Man, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time, Brian. I'm glad I got a chance, man.
Gee, you could talk to me at any time.
Lately I've been like, I really want to talk to him about that geometric horizon. I seriously want to talk to him.
Yeah, well, yeah. See, when I talk about that, it's like the same as the rest of the lads on Flat Earth debates. We're attacking their claim of a geometric horizon, what they're claiming it is. We're differentiating between their claim of a geometric horizon, and an apparent horizon. It's just the point of they claim that it has a particular point it can't go beyond, and we're showing it can. That's basically it.
But you know how Nathan shuts them down when it goes to like the space thing. You want to talk about the ISS? Oh, where's it going? He shuts them down before it goes there, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's the same way here. You're going way too far. The differentiation between the two geometries, you shut it down before you even get to the argument that you're in.
Yeah, well,
I think what Buster's trying to say is why not bring the horizontal geometric argument and fucking crush that geometric sphere edge, you know? Am I speaking for you, Buster? I don't know.
No, I'm just saying he always wants to get to the nitty gritty of things, and I think within this argument, you're not getting down far enough into it. I think you're basically like the ISS stuff. If you're arguing about what's happening on the ISS, or if people go into space, well, Nathan would shut that down. Say, what's space? You know, he shuts it down way before it gets to those arguments. Within this geometry, yeah, it's all about the horizontal elevation, and I think you're within the Black Swan argument. It's just taking it way too far. You can get the argument down way before it gets to there. Air quotes, geometric horizon.
Yeah, well, the truth is, I haven't ever really studied geometry. I don't think Nathan has either. Now, I can't speak for everyone else on the panel, but most of the lads on the panel haven't really studied geometry. We know that we know the basics. We know like what a triangle needs and different things like that. So it's more really for the public that to show them, let's just say, people who don't know anything about it, who might stumble in there, to show them the horizon is not the edge of the start of Earth curve, that it's an apparent location that changes with weather and elevation only, and doesn't conform to your elevation doesn't conform to mathematics, basically. So,
and
it's
always horizontal though.
It's always horizontal. It's always horizontal. There's no disagreements there. I think it'd be worth having a conversation with Nathan about this as well. I mean, Nathan wants to get the argument sharper and sharper and sharper. So he's just doing whatever he feels is the easiest way and fastest and most cutting way to get that argument across and shut down the opposition.
We need to work on that.
The public.
We're working on something else, elevation, but we need to work on that too. That would be good.
So how about asking the question, any proof that the horizon isn't a horizontal straight line on a horizontal plane?
Well, I remember asking those questions many years ago because they're an obvious question. This is where we're at now. Like when I first came into it back in 2015, I was just making comments for the first couple of years on YouTube videos. That was it. And I'd ask, where is the curve in this horizon? We just see a flat horizon, straight line all the time, regardless of the elevation or how much we can see, is always a straight horizon. Where is there evidence of any curve of that? And all was ever given to us back then was, you'll never see it left to right, you'll only see it front on, never left to right. Now that never made any sense. But I think what's happening is, bit by bit by bit, the arguments we have are becoming more simplistic because we're seeing now that the simplistic arguments are just.
Are you familiar with the perpendicular? Are you familiar with the perpendicular aspects of the light ray? That perpendicular aspect comes down vertical and horizontal. It has an angle of incident where it hits the water. Okay, that vertical aspect of it gets refracted down into that more dense medium of the water, and the horizontal aspect is what creates that horizontal reflection that you see that people call refraction. Okay, if you look on that Black Swan, Bev's in particular, you can see those horizontal reflections all the way across the picture, not just the horizon.
Yeah, you'll have to clear. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Cool. Then I'll teach you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me what you mean by that. Because light hits the water.
Yep.
I don't understand what you mean by what you just said about the
right.
one.
Yeah, go into the optics folder here on the server. Scroll back to the beginning, and all that right there is what I just talked about.
Well, that's something I'd have to look at because I just
Yeah, check it out later.
Well, give me a visual on it. What do you mean by it? Like, I mean, when you say we're seeing that all across the water, what are we?
Yeah,
seeing
what you're
all across the
seeing
water?
across the horizontal plane is that horizontal reflection, which is the horizontal aspect of the light ray that hits that angle of incident where it becomes the reflection that you see. You know, it just depends on if you're not zoomed in or if you're zoomed in. That's going to change. It's going to change with light. You know, those what you call apparent horizons and things are always shifting around. You can see it. It's a good angle in the Black Swan. I guess it's a time lapse. I don't know. There's a bunch of footage. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It makes sense to me. I would have to show it to you. You know, you have to look at it like in the optics folder to really understand. But it's real simple.
Basically,
I mean, I
what
can't
you're
do
saying
anything
is
other than describe it.
light naturally shows us a horizontal. Is that
Yeah.
kind of what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's like an
You can't-
electromagnetic, two different waves. I don't want to say waves. It's just a frequency of light within the electromagnetic radiation spectrum. It's part of the visible light spectrum. The daylight is on the edge of that, and that's what you see during the daylight. It's very unusual. It's a little bit different frequency than just visible light.
Well, you're seeing during the daylight, you're seeing most of the spectrum, the basic spectrum, aren't you? Whereas in the evening time, that spectrum is changing. You're seeing more of the reds and the oranges. Whereas during the day, you're seeing the blues and purples more.
Yeah, that's why Wide Awake could. Yeah, that's why Wide Awake in Florida could film a power plant like 30 miles away, totally horizontal, down the coastline. You know.
Yeah,
no
I've
refraction
noticed that. Sorry.
at night. You know, no refraction at night. Or if you use infrared.
Well, like that's the thing. I've noticed in particular places, like there's particular observations I've noticed over the years of flat Earth that I would never get where I am. Where I live, I won't get them. It just won't happen. The atmos, let's call it here, and the way things are here, even in the nighttime.
Oh yeah, it's constantly moisture.
Yeah.
What is humidity 100% every day of the year?
Well, it's a very damp climate, and in the summertime, then we get a lot of humidity. If we're like in Ireland, like I mean, maybe it's the same in the UK, but in Ireland, when it's the summertime, it's 26 degrees. 26 degrees can feel as uncomfortable as 46 somewhere else. Because I've been in.
Yeah, it's just pure humidity.
If you know what I mean.
You're like a steam.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I live in Savannah, Georgia. I know exactly what you mean.
So you get a lot of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You see, the thing about somewhere like Florida, Florida's a flat place, but because it's obviously very moist as well because it has a lot of basically jungle, doesn't it? Like you could call it a type of jungle. The
floral. That's why it's called Florida, from the floral. Yeah, it's just plants everywhere.
Yeah. So it's very greenery and a lot of that, and the same with Georgia too, supposedly. I have a couple of cousins that live there.
Yep.
But the thing about it is that the heat, the basic air pressure, like when in the summer, I suppose especially in the summertime, maybe in somewhere like Florida, people will sweat a lot more than they'll sweat in California. The reason is that you have, well, the best way to describe
the evaporation of the sweat off your body condenses. It condenses immediately.
The dry air will take the sweat off your body more. So it's not so much you're sweating more; it's evaporating better in a more deserty type.
Exactly.
Yeah. But what happens? You know that in the summertime where it's very hot and you're just kind of lazy and you don't feel like doing that, and people will say, there's hardly no air, or it's very still.
Yeah.
But that is the amount of heat has basically taken away the oxygen. You're actually living in a low pressure.
Yeah, but
at that point.
Hang on. A dry air is more dense than a moist water vapor rich air. It's more pure.
Yes,
it's more dense.
that's correct. because go on,
That's
sorry.
bullshit.
Oh, challenger.
Well,
New challenger. New challenger.
I would
Who do we
agree
got?
with it.
Enters the arena.
Yeah.
I call bullshit.
There you go. There you go. Bullshit. Bullshit called.
Travis enters.
You can't just call bullshit. You gotta say something
Yeah.
when you make the phone call, dude. Come on.
The ether has entered the building.
Okay. So again, you're basically parroting the mainstream narrative that says that dry.
Oh, the old dropped mic.
No. Aaron Moorfield just called me. Okay, look. So what you're saying?
He
Unless I
owes me
misheard
$1,000.
you, unless I misheard you, you said that dry air is more moist than humid air. Is that correct?
Dry air is more dense.
How could it be more moist?
Okay, well, more dense. Either way, either way though. That's counterintuitive to me. It's just like saying it doesn't make sense that you can't see the left to right horizontal, but you can see the x-axis horizontal. That doesn't make any sense. How can it?
I just made a claim from mainstream science. That's all. I'm not saying it's true.
Bro. You might as well be a globehead, bro.
I have the answer.
It makes sense, Cleary. I'll give you that logical backing.
Logical, yeah.
Yeah, because then it would be at the bottom and therefore able to lift more moisture into it, and then that would then lift.
Well, I actually have the answer. I think, if you want me to give it to you, and you can go against it after that. It's because in a moist environment, there's more of the area of air taken up by water vapor, and water vapor is less dense than less dense than oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, obviously, and argon, which are the four main things that make up air. So air in general is more dense than water vapor. So if there's more water vapor in the air, it means there's less space for the air, or less air.
Do you know what the height is at which water cavitates?
I don't know what the word cavitates means.
Whoa.
Would you tell me?
Boils. It transforms.
Of gases.
Yeah.
Are you talking about phase changing to rain again, or something like that? Or
No. Water to a gas.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry. I stepped away. So walk me through how it makes sense to you that dry air is more dense than.
Are you talking to Cleary or me?
Yeah.
Well, Cleary's the one who said it. So that claim has never made sense to me.
Very dropped.
Cleary's got dropped.
Can I go through it with you then, Travis?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you didn't hear what I said a minute ago. If there's more moisture in the air, then there's more water vapor taking up the volume. So
I totally got kicked out.
Yeah, he's back.
Water vapor is less dense than air. So if you're in a dry air place, there's no basically as a collection, every square foot of the moisture of the warm moisture area, every square foot of that is less dense than the square foot of the dry, because
when it's cold,
less air, more water vapor.
Yeah, when it's cold, your hands get dried out, right? All winter long, whatever. Because that cold air has much less moisture in it. I'm sorry, is that right? Yeah. Yep, that's what mainstream says.
Well, yeah, but I would
That
agree
hot
with
air.
that. But I would agree with that. But I'm talking about the density of the medium. It doesn't make sense to me that dry air is more dense than moist air.
Because
That
it's
doesn't make
pure.
sense.
It's pure
Okay,
gold.
so
It doesn't
water
have any
vapor.
impurities. Yeah.
Water vapor is less dense than air, you see. So when you have water vapor within the air, it's taking up space.
All right, I'm gonna have to.
Basically.
I don't know. It's not clicking for me. I do not get it.
You got like 100% alcohol, right? Or you got 80 proof. It's basically the same thing. You got pure air. It's more dense. It has no water vapor in it.
Yeah, well,
Okay, what do you mean by
where
more?
would that be?
Okay,
Where would
what do
that
you
be
mean
in
by?
the gaseous state?
Maybe I could ask this. What do you mean by more dense? Then is that got a different meaning to it? Is it's thicker?
At the
See, I think
bottom.
of it.
How
Huh?
about that?
No, that doesn't make sense either.
At the bottom of all the gases, like the lowest down, the one the closest to the surface of the water, the zero pressure state of water, at least.
I don't know.
Um,
I'm gonna eat my pizza and just keep listening.
Water vapor is less dense than the other gases that make up air. So it's less dense than carbon dioxide, nitrogen, oxygen, argon. So it's less dense than all that. So if that's taking up space, then you actually have less density within the air. If there's more water vapor as opposed to less. The density of the gas.
The density of the air up high should be, it should be dry and dense. And down below, it's moist.
Do you have
and
to
less dense.
to go through what dense is as well, right? It's one of those things like pressure. Density is a resultant of two other factors that then cause what you call density. Right? What's your understanding of density to start off with, both of you?
It's the amount
Purity.
of matter. The amount of matter. That is the molecular makeup of something and the amount of matter that makes that up.
Nice.
It's just purity. It's just 100% air. It's dense. If you counted the air somehow, you would get more of it. It's more dense.
Yeah. I could always have to compare it to water and say that pure water is water without any known impurities, so therefore the most dense. Add stuff to it, and then you're affecting it in one way or another, aren't you? Same with the air.
Yeah, well,
if you add in the water vapor to the air, then it lifts, it goes up and makes clouds, and then
think
reaches
about an
a
altimeter.
density layer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
Or at ground level. God, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry.
Do you know what atmospheric boundary layers are? Have you heard of them?
I don't like air balls.
Yeah, well, atmos or air boundary layers, maybe let's call it.
Yeah,
air boundary layers.
Yeah, like hydrostatic, aren't they?
Well, yeah,
but not
basically.
static, right? They're horizontal.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Al. I got a phone call. I just wanted to say that one thing about an altimeter at ground level or a barometer. It's got air in it, right? It's more dense because when you make that vertical change, when you go up, that air inside of there wants to expand, and it would have less pressure as it expands into lower density. Does that make sense?
Yeah. They want to basically whatever little tiny things they are, they want to expand away from each other. It's like always trying to fill. It's like they're always trying to fill a space. Like that's what entropy is. It's always trying to fill a space.
It's just a vertical change, right? Atmospheric pressure is just a vertical change.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with weight. And I don't even think air is expanding in all directions. Sometimes it does. You can feel it.
Well,
but sometimes it's not.
Have any of you seen that presentation I did on the pressure gradient? Because I go through a lot there. I explain a huge lot there. See, everything is controlled by temperature. Everything's controlled by the sun. The sun dictates how much gas and what density or amount of pressure the gas can have at what elevation. It's all dictated by the sun. And everything, gas cycles are dictated by the sun. Like oxygen and nitrogen are 99%, supposedly 99% of all our air is oxygen and nitrogen. And they constantly recycle with the earth every day.
There's no nitrogen.
So that's just...
You're just repeating somebody else's mantra there.
Well, I don't... Well, nitrogen is reality. There is nitrogen. It's a real thing.
Yeah. In the air?
Yeah. Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah, supposedly. Again, like somebody else's...
air.
Just air.
Well, no, I know nitrogen is real. I mean, they use nitrogen with vehicles and other things like that. So it's definitely a real gas, whatever it is.
And they just pull it right out of the air. You can just pull anything right out of the air. It's not separated. It's just you separate it out, right?
Yeah, well, they have to separate it. Yeah, they separate it.
It's just all there. You just have to separate it out.
Well, if you watch that presentation, it's an hour and 37 minutes long. I did it on Nathan's. I go through the gas, the oxygen and nitrogen cycles, and I go through the boundary layers, the convection
Is that
cells.
Is that based on research or
Yeah.
experimentation?
Well, it's based
That
on
you
my own
actually
research
did?
into it.
Did you
My
actually
own
do it
research
though?
Did I do what though?
What you're talking about, or did you just read about it? I'm not trying to be a dick.
No,
I know
I just
you know there's a clear difference, right?
I read into basically I read into the basic information that's there about it, the information that's there about convection, about boundary layers, and basically can I prove everything that's there is true? I don't know. That's just the description that they give us. I don't know. Supposedly that is what was
Is there
interesting
is there any experimentation you could do on those things to try to prove it one way or the other
well
that you could do personally?
Well, I put it this way: what they say about the boundary, basically, they're just describing what we see in a lot of ways. A boundary layer, like on a warm day, clouds will be higher than on a cold day. That's due
like
to
today.
the boundary layer. Yeah, the boundary layer lifts during the day and falls during the night. It's just a temperature. It's basically a temperature layer, and the boundary layer is where clouds start to form, as well. And it also where a lot of aerosols. It makes sense if you look.
So on a hot day,
it
this space gets expanded up, and those clouds are higher.
Well, yeah, that's why I was saying earlier because there's more convection, there's more air being affected by heat, so it's becoming less dense. So there's less air pressure at ground level in a warmth.
Yeah, it's like a 3D horizontal density band of air that we live in that extends into the depth axis in all directions. It's just low level density, and if it gets hot, it expands. Clouds get high. Different things happen. It's thermodynamic, hydrologic.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was like, basically the boundary layers, from what I could figure out, the boundary layers and convection cells, they're all part of a very natural, what's the word I'm looking for? Filtration system. They're a part of a
cloud
natural
heights.
filtration.
Upper level cloud heights can extend from 5,000 feet up to 40-something thousand feet. It's a huge range for that ceiling, the pilots call it. We're flying at a certain ceiling today, and they try to get up over it and just sit there on top of the clouds if you're on a long flight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool.
They get above the what they call it. They call it the free atmosphere, right? That's what they call it. But it's basically it's where you don't hear of airlines having problems where their turbines are full of rubbish. And the reason is they fly up in the what they call the stratosphere. Let's call it
the dry air.
Yeah, they fly up there where there isn't pollutants, because the pollutants are caught by the clouds. So you get the pollutants
you fly over
back down the panels.
Yeah,
and
you fly over the thunderstorms.
Yeah,
we flew over thunderstorms, and it's like nothing. They're below you. They're not coming up there.
No, because they can't form up there. That's the thing about it. They can't. The temperature. It's all temperature. Like the ballers are asking questions. You know what's funny? They're asking questions to us for years now about how do you explain the pressure gradients, right? They keep on trying to harp back at gravity, and the gravity they're even talking about was thrown out of the window in their own belief over 100 years ago. But when I actually made a presentation on this, they won't watch it. I made a presentation, told them exactly what's happening. They won't watch it. Because it's the sun. The sun controls the temperatures. Where the sun is and the amount of sunlight we get and how it interacts with the ground and whatever else, that controls the temperatures, the local temperatures. So that controls the weather in a lot of ways. That controls what way the weather is going to be.
Do you think static electricity can control water? Look at those two images right there in live chat. Just static electricity from that balloon can manipulate the water.
Well, yeah, I made a video. It's on my channel about what causes the tides, and it was magnetic field, because we do have a magnetic north, whatever it is, I don't know, but it is a magnetic field. And a magnetic field creates electric charge, and in the water, the oceans, we have salt water, and salt is a great conductor of electricity. So that electricity moves through the oceans.
Electrolyte content, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Salt.
It moves through the oceans, and what happens is that a moving electric charge will create another magnetic field. But we also have convection happening due to temperature. So all these
and you get hurricanes.
Factors. Yeah.
What do you think a hurricane's fueled by when it comes off the tip of Africa out there in that heat and just feeds across that warm water until it gets into the cold water and dies? That static electricity.
Well, there has to be an electric involvement. There has to be some electric involvement because we do have electricity. In the world, it's a real thing. It's everywhere. Now I wouldn't agree with the likes of the Electric Universe and maybe what Globebusters talk about is that they start adding as a cause to things that there's no evidence of. But it
we're not there.
Isn't.
We can't go there. Yeah.
No.
Screw that.
But
who cares?
There's definitely we can definitely show that it does affect a lot of the natural world. It has to. There's no way around it. But
in tornadoes, we get a lot of tornadoes down here in the southeast, and those tornadoes, when they come through, they have lightning in them. It's a thunderstorm. It's charged. That's part of a weather system. When those tornadoes come through, it's when you see hurricanes coming in, it's a thunderstorm. It's charged with electricity. There's no denying that. I mean, that's reality. If you've ever been near a tornado or near a hurricane, there's energy there. Strong energy.
I would say it would. You can feel it coming. You can feel it coming. You can feel it in the air. It's coming. Oftentimes you'll get a headache. People often get headaches before it happens because there's a
the
charge
pressure
in
gets
the air.
Real low pressure, real dense in the eye.
Yeah,
and all that water's just spinning off.
Yeah,
around the outer edge.
I mean, the human brain is basically has to be a conductor. Has to be some kind of a conductor of electricity because it needs an electric charge to send messages to the nerves. For your fingers
I
to
talk
move.
too much. I got to mute for a minute, but I'm listening.
No worries. But yeah, I mean, you can feel these things coming. I mean, I was never in Florida or Georgia, but I was here. I did live in Australia, and I did experience some pretty heavy weather there, and in Asia and the Mediterranean, some fairly interesting weather. Where it's
damn, you've
it
been
was just
around,
all
dude.
of a sudden.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I bet you experienced a lot of different weather.
Yeah, I lived in several different places. I travel around a good bit, but
It's always different.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
That's why
it is. Yeah.
That's why the air isn't expanding in all directions, because you have different climates in different areas. You have high pressure and low pressure systems coming in constantly, bringing rain or bringing dry air. It's all mixed up. It's not just one continuous thing. It's all separated out.
Well, when I much prefer the type of heat that's in California than the type of heat that's in Eastern Australia, because they have more of a jungle heat in Eastern Australia, where California had a desert heat. So it's a nicer heat, let's just say, in California than Australia. And it also has a different effect on the air and just in general things you're going to do, or how you sleep and stuff like that. So everywhere you go in the world has a difference to it. It has a difference. I mean, even if you take the average temperature differences between where I am in Southeast Ireland and London, which is only, I think, 100 miles south, really, or something like that of me, the differences in temperatures and the type of climate would be completely different. Like we'd have
if you drop me,
wind and rain. Sorry.
Yeah, if you drop me in LA, Chicago, or New York, I would certainly know that I was a big city filled with pollution in its own little bubble.
It's a big robot there. Was that for everyone or just me?
Or me too.
Yeah. Yeah, like big robot. Mic check.
Yep. Check.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying, like, if you drop me off in New York, Chicago, or LA.
Clear, you're underwater now.
Yeah.
Shit.
In your garage, you get.
All right, I give up.
He was okay for me. You guys were interrupting Cleary. Go ahead, Cleary. I can hear you loud and clear. Come back.
Sorry, Cleary.
You sound like you're underwater.
Cleary was good for me too.
Cool.
No,
Yeah, like if you drop
stay
me
with
off
Danny.
if you dropped me off in LA, Chicago, or New York, I would know I was in a high pollution metro area because it's got its own little bubble of atmosphere in that area. It maintains that pretty much, oddly enough.
I tell you something else. In Ireland, in the summertime, we'd have an average of 20 odd degrees, right? An average 20, 22, 24, something like that. Now it goes up above that and it goes slightly below that, but it basically averages about that. But you will get a sunburn here, whereas when I was only in Los Angeles less than 15 hours, and I hardly had gone outside where I was staying, and I was already going brown. So two completely, started going brown without hardly even being out in the sun. I just walked to the local garage.
Isn't this how Ranty started off?
What's that?
This is how Ranty started on the.
With these Ken burns.
Yeah. Be careful.
Ken
Be careful.
burns,
It's
yeah.
dangerous. This. Sort of
Yeah. Brian's been getting indoor Ken burns.
Hey, DP, you're a robot and piss off for a while. Come back. I'm just kidding.
Thanks, Cleary.
Sometimes Rumpus will say that, like, I can't hear you. You got a bad mic. He does that a lot. He did that to me one time. I was like, fuck you. There ain't nothing wrong with my mic.
I'm going to have to go, lads. Nice having a chat with you, and thanks for having me in. And I'll try and get in a bit more often. It's just they're on in the evening time. Sometimes it's difficult at the times they're on. I listen back to the shows afterwards. But
man.
I'll be back in, all right? Thanks for
All
having me.
right, see you later, man.
See you
Nice
later.
one, Brian.
Take care.
Flatzoid's
We give
milkshakes
people a hard
bringing all
time.
the boys to the yard, eh?
Yeah. Talk about magnetic attractor. Just something about him. I think he's been on Nathan's, right? So he kind of attracts maybe more people from Nathan's.
They call us the Nathan Oakley crew. Blue called me Nathan Oakley whatever something the other day. They always do that. Sean Hawkins. They don't like it when we go on Nathan's and when we talk to Flatzoid and we talk to Brian's Logic or we talk to Nathan.
They mix us up, yeah.
It's a technique they
Yeah, they
use
don't
to
like
try
it.
and break you up.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like it.
Yeah, that's
why
their
we need to
tactic.
do it.
We have no affiliation with Nathan at all.
No, but that's what they want you to say, right?
That's what they want you to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the reason they
Yeah,
say
man.
it. But
Yeah.
I like
Well, I
we
don't
we
feel
literally don't care. We've got nothing to defend. Like what we've got is just reality, and that can go to anyone. It doesn't matter. We're not parroting anything. You can't parrot known truths.
No, they don't
You
like
wanna
that.
know, yeah. What I think, go to fuckit.com.
Astro King was in here. He just took off. Oh, hey, there he is. What's up, Astro King?
Hi, hiya, how you doing?
Wow.
Are you in underwater or near a waterfall or something?
Nothing like a little Astro King on a Friday night.
Yeah, that must be that time of night. I was just about to say that. It's Friday night. Time for a bit of
Feeling
Astro King.
alright. Oh, I had to come in and out a couple of times to make it work, but I think it's working now.
A lot of white noise.
Dude, is it raining heavy there? Or
Astro, can I tell you a story? When I was 3, I used to walk down the road. I can't do it as well as Buster.
Astro projecting again, Astro King. Come down to Earth.
I'm on the speaker as well, so that might be something to do with the problem, I don't know.
You want to do what?
It's like a static on the TV in the background. It's
Sounds
watching
like you're
TV.
from 1920s radio, Astro.
Yeah.
So, like, I want to speak to you.
I've heard that one before, yeah. Yeah, Back to the Future or something like that.
This just in, we've been invaded by aliens.
Foxtrot 9, go in.
Astro King, are you there?
Only sometimes, I'm not always there.
Well, at least you're getting sleep, maybe. Are you getting sleep?
Sometimes, yeah. Now and again.
Okay.
Wow, you got some tough questions for you there. Don't run them off. No, don't do that.
Well, that's what happens when you sort of like gone for a week, isn't it? To get all the questions.
Have you been gone for a week?
It's been gone for longer.
What do you think?
For longer than that. Ooh. Am I hearing myself?
Who-
Someone echoing?
So was that twice as longer than that, Biff?
I don't know. He has been away for a bit. He's been on a bender, Astro.
You've been on an Astro King bender.
Yeah, a little bit then.
Dear oh dear.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Don't be so mean to our guests.
Just a week.
Not the whole time he was away.
We give him a hard time. He's probably like, these people are fucking crazy.
Well, I seem to make some fame at last.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Come in enough, you'll get some fame. Like Johnny Bernard's. He was in here earlier.
Tell him you're our friend. You'll make a lot of friends. Real fast.
See that? See that one I'm working on? Can you guess what it is yet?
Yeah. Straight line cannot be within a plane and without.
No. A plan.
Vigo.
It's got a plan and an elevation. 4 kilometres.
Oh, this is LIGO next to the canal.
Yeah.
Huh.
See, I know what you're looking at, Bev.
I said it
What are
before
you, a
you.
brain reader?
Oh,
I've
it's
done
obvious.
everything, and then I'm going to draw the other bits in. But you know, some bits come as standard, don't they? So you've got that one, and that one. I think those three.
Oh, of course you did 3.
You've got to do 3.
1, 2, 3.
Drop from each side. I need to put. That's why I was saying earlier. Get your on the level characters or 3 space little dudes. We've already got the Nug. We've already got the Guru. Got DP's monkey. We've got
Emilo.
Skateboarding. Yeah, got the skateboarding.
Nug. So we need. Who do we need?
Skateboarding top hat.
Buster. We need something for Buster.
A guitar.
Buster wants to play that new song. He DM'd me earlier and said he wanted to play it.
Which one?
Or maybe that was Crit that DM'd me. I don't know. Anyway.
Has he done that Ranty's a wanker? Yeah.
He's a wanker. He's a wanker. Doesn't do it any bloody
is indeed a wanker.
Lloyd started DMing me. Damn.
How many did you get?
750.
Fuck, he beat me.
I just had to one up you, DP. I had to be better at something than you are.
Yeah, but how long was that 750 spaced out over?
It's 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
3 minutes. No.
Clary memes. The best. Clary, why are you so funny with memes? I don't know why. It's just so funny.
He's got the best
I don't know.
face.
I'm usually serious. Yeah. You're talking about the reface?
He must have a super symmetrical face. I think that's what it is.
Parallel.
Moon face.
Yeah.
Right down the middle.
Yeah. I got a very pronounced nose. I don't know if you noticed. It's yeah. It just sits right there in the middle of your face.
I think it's squishy face.
Yeah.
It's like a squishy face thing, I think.
His face is just like a package, right? And it just
Yeah. It's like it's almost is level, sort of, without the nose.
My eyes are level, motherfucker. They're not tilted. How do you think I see horizontal?
You've got a malleable face.
Yeah, his cheeks are pronounced. Maybe.
I've got the cows. You know that these are small. These are small and those are far away. With Clary and Ranty, but it's too big. I'm trying to work out how to get it.
What is it, a GIF?
Yeah, I like that. It's like one of those shit type things. Yeah, that's cool.
It's a GIF, but it's above 8 meg, isn't it? And it's on my other account on the other tablet that hasn't got the account. You know.
I could give Ranty shit all damn day. Year after year, we could give each other shit, but it's nothing personal. Really isn't.
No, it can't be, can it? Ranty's just after YouTube entertainment, right? He wants to cause the drama, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, like, he's doing
We'll play the
well.
game.
He's doing well for himself.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just go for it, Ranty. Carry on. Don't get upset, though, if a little bit comes back.
No, it's kind of helping us, really. Honestly, if you look at, what he's exposing, which is
everything
the
helps.
nothingness. Yeah, the nothingness of the globe argument.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you put out. It's just still help us. anything slightly remotely having to do with it.
Sure enough.
The Ranny memes are the best.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, yeah. We've even got a reply.
Indian guru.
Man, I really enjoyed talking to Brian's logic. That was cool.
Yeah, you can tick
I
that
bet me
off
and
your
him could talk
list.
for a while.
He'll be in here. I'll be in here more.
No, I'm serious. I bet me and him could just sit there and talk
Yeah.
for a long time. Most people would be like, man, they are full of shit. But, you know, just trying to
Yeah.
sort some shit out, you know?
That was
All that
cool. You guys,
mainstream stuff.
yeah. You guys know all that stuff about everything. Don't want to be not exact there, but
Yeah, if he could
electromagnetism.
experiment, I mean, I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to give him a hard time, but if he could experiment on the things he talks about and believes that are true that he's getting from mainstream, man, he'd have some freaking awesome shit.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah, definitely. He knows a lot
I mean,
about all this stuff.
can you extract nitrogen out of the air? You know, what do you know?
No.
Yeah,
What
he's
can
not
you
a
do?
No,
Peter and Pete fan.
Pete and Pete have done that, and so I don't know whether Brian's
Yeah.
actually looked over that.
Gonna
But
take a while.
you can't just say that.
Well,
you'll have to let Clary smooth him a bit first before you drop him the Pete and
yeah,
Pete.
did you hear what he said? He said, I'm going to go and talk to Nathan about this. I was like, phew.
Nice.
Yeah.
Make sure it's okay.
I was like, mission accomplished. We were talking about the horizontal, geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's what started it.
He said, I'm going to go and talk to Nathan about this. I was like, mission accomplished.
That was when? That wasn't today, was it?
I mean, I'm not trying to be sneaky, but
No.
I know that he talks to Nathan and he has Nathan's ear. And I want Nathan to understand about what he already agreed to, the horizontal geometric horizon,
Oh, they'll get it. It just takes time, right? Over and over and over, like you say, repetition. Like how long's Nathan been doing what he's done? He's been doing it for 5 years now. How long did it take him to develop the things? Because I think last year they had a reboot, so that they're still updating them.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say on that geometric horizon real quick. So water does, when it's left completely still, right, it'll make that horizontal plane. Now, the problem everybody can start saying is, the waves and this and that. Well, and that's where the actual physical horizon comes from, is that it's when you take all those waves and you get far enough away, right, it almost removes that, right? Like, so if you had a stick that was it was pretty much straight, but if you get it from far away, it's going to look straight. So that's the same thing that happens to the water. As you get far away from the water, it is straight by all appearances, because all of the imperfections are so tiny that for all intents and purposes, it's a straight line or a horizontal. Yeah.
Optically, yeah.
Geometrically.
And yeah, I had that written down one time. Physical geometric.
That's a better
horizontal,
term.
Optical.
But simpler, it's just geometrically, right? You don't have to worry about all that, because, physical is just physical. It's out in your reality, so.
It's what you see, maybe? What you can touch? I don't know.
Yeah, there's the geometry, the concept, isn't there? And then there's the geometry, the practical.
Yeah.
Yeah, Euclidean and right line. Euclidean is conceptual. A point is that which has no parts. A line is one dimension.
Yeah.
In reality, though, you draw a line or a point. It's
Baseline geometry. Say baseline, maybe. That's like the base of Euclid.
Right line.
Right line. Just straight lines.
Right line. Okay, yeah.
Straight line. Straight away, right away, same word.
And right line with meaning the right angle. Relationship between the vertical and the horizontal. I mean, it is practiced in reality, right? There are people that do that. Deal with lines and measurements and stuff.
The applied geometry of surveying?
Using Euclidean. But like I say, I think right line geometry particularly, and also surveying, is based on book 11, three-dimensional reality of geometry. But in order to get to in order to get to book 11, there's a lot of foundational work that you have to do. Lots of it. Mainly
lots of logic.
Mental.
Yeah. Like the skeletal dynamic octahedron. Yeah, your avatar. The octahedron. 3D Cartesian. 3 planes. X, Y, and Z.
Do you like that one? I think I did that while you were talking to Brian.
Model is just a concept. You must realize it before we can continue. Is that what I said? I didn't say that.
No.
Yeah, I was really just talking to him. Like, I've heard him speak so much. I was just like, I've got to talk to him, man. He's so on the right path. He just is being held up, you know.
Yeah, he's there. It's just coming into gear.
Back.
I think he's just curious.
Dude,
you know.
no, you can say that he's there and all of that. There's only be one person to do it, and that'll be whether he gets it, doesn't get it, whatever.
It's Brian.
Yeah.
It's him. It's he's got it. You know, he's got the logical perspective.
Well, we're all new in a sense. I mean, it's just coming at, it's just finding the right opportunities to, speak about it and learn about it. Because you're not going to find this many places, but I don't know.
I mean, we were giving him a hard time, and he didn't get angry. He was being constructive and productive and saying, yes, but this, it wasn't. I think he's on the right track. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I agree. He's got an open concept, so I mean, obviously.
The right track is coming and talking. Right? There's no wrong track if you're coming and talking and we're talking through stuff. I mean, obviously, he wants to come back, so he's obviously got something from it.
Brian Leake didn't come over and talk.
Brian Leake, he won't, will he? I'd like him to. I'd like Ranty to come and have a chat, but I don't think he will either. I'd like Blue to come round and have a chat. George Nutsack, he could come round and have a chat.
Yeah, Brian Leake, we'll write you a song if you come over. We'll write you a song, and then you got to come over. You might not like the song, but yeah. Sorry.
Brian and Jeremy. That would be funny.
Generally Shady says, keep spamming the same crap. He doesn't even read it.
Yeah, he just comes in here, doesn't even know what's going on. He's just typing stuff out. He'll be in another Discord.
That means he's been sitting here watching. He's been watching these memes roll past. They're going in videos. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I put it in there so I can transfer it from one to the other. So if he's been watching me do that, then they are watching. And then, as we know, as DP taught us, if they look at the meme, that's all they've got to do.
You should go into troll here. Go into troll here and read what John Bernard wrote.
Today?
Can you imagine?
Yeah, should I?
Probably not. No. If you're OBS in your screen.
Yeah.
Is he in the room server?
Dear.
I don't know. I got it.
He's in troll here.
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
he's on his thingy rant, is he? These flat
Oh,
earthers,
man.
see, this is what Ranty's done. I'm sure this is Ranty. He sent his loyal flat earth fan base into Cogdis
Yeah, the fake
overload.
flatties.
They don't know who to trust.
Come on,
now.
fake flatties. Mm-hmm.
They're going, oh, what can I do? Ranty's going to be earning money. He's talking to conspiracy cats. Oh, can I become a Glober and do the same?
Yeah, what do I have to do, Ranny?
What can I?
How do I become like
I'm
you?
just a little peon troll. Come on, how do I go up in the ranks, Ranty?
Don't
The
ask him,
network.
I swear. They'll be like, hey, here's some money.
He might be like, General Shady, you can go over there. We might get you a spot on a YouTube channel. We might give you a YouTube pass so you can start making content on YouTube if you go over there and troll them for enough or something. You never know how it works.
Sign
Well,
your
the
life
normal
away.
thing
Sign your life
up in
away.
the ranks is to sell your soul, isn't it? Really.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ranty will be living in Australia, probably part of the wolf pack. Loaded.
Wolfie.
You know. Yeah.
Do you reckon? Do you reckon he's already there on holiday?
Probably.
That's
Where
why
he
he
said he was
couldn't go
going.
to Blackpool.
Yeah, that's where he said he was going.
That's why he
told
sold
us
his camera and everything.
Yeah, that's where he's at.
That's where it all started from, I think. Right then, remember when he was doing his little trip? That's all when it kind of started, I think. The Norway thing and him going to Australia.
Don't think
He was
he
going
ever
to go.
went to the Norway thing though. That was meant to be this first one, wasn't it?
Yeah, he never went, but I think that's when they're all trying to talk to him about doing stuff, and that's where he kind of like, I don't know. I think they were in communications. I think I don't know how long before that though, but I think it kind of just started, going to the surface, maybe testing him, like, hey, Ranny, do this or that, or I don't know.
Ooh.
I'm just saying.
Chris Babs has just said in the live chat there, I was gonna come in, but I saw Emma's gone now. It's just a sausage fest. Sorry, Paige.
Paige.
So it's all right, Paige. It's all right. Never mind. Nice
Tell us
one.
if you
Nice
see
one,
Ranty
Babs.
around there in Australia.
Yeah, Randy can't be hard to miss. His big old head.
Fatter, he's a legend, isn't he? He'll be living off the profits of his book of optics, his authorship.
The pages were blank.
World's famous author,
Nothing in there.
earther.
All the print was blurry in his book on optics. It was very hard to focus. Everything was refracted and kind of loomed up on the paper, and mirage. The printer kind of ran out of ink.
There's just one picture. It's just the picture of Blackpool.
I think Buster said that the other day. Somebody said that. Everything's blurry in Ranty's book of optics. I did steal that from you, by the way.
It's a pity he can't ever come over here and defend himself. But I mean, I guess that's the position you end up putting yourself in when you sell out.
He's not looking for a fight. He really
Yeah,
isn't looking for a fight.
He's like the rest. Simon Dan.
He's scared.
Fight
He's
the
just trying
flat
to make it through. He's got a little tour of duty he's got to do, and he's going to do it the safest way possible.
Yeah.
They don't want him getting wrecked right now. Maybe later. But right now he's got to look clean.
Yeah, he's
Even
got to
though-
go and see Witsit. What, that's either part of the game or he's gonna get fucking wrecked.
Is he really doing that though? I don't think he is.
Well, yeah, they're saying it's gonna go to conspiracy
Where is
cats.
it, though?
Obviously, they're gonna try and control it on.
Have you
Baldy
seen it
Cats.
scheduled?
This is talked of within Brandon's server and the trolls.
It's never been scheduled though. Yeah.
Yeah, it may be the trolls trying to cover the fact that he's
Yeah,
not
they
going
are.
to do it, and they're sort of pretending.
He's fucking no.
Yeah, I
He's never
can't.
gonna do it.
I can't see him doing it with Witsit. Witsit's like the top of the chain for debate wise, right? You don't go into a debate
He's a
like
Terminator.
first off.
Yeah. He will terminate you with words. Unless you
Yeah,
have something.
He'll talk.
real.
He'll talk so fast that you won't even be able to talk into him.
Well, that's why it might happen at Cats, right? Because you've got going to have Cats White Knight in for him. I mean, Jem wasn't willing to be White Knight in Ranty enough. Cats definitely would White Knight Ranty.
Yeah,
much
we
more
know
than
all of you people. We know your characters. We know what you do. You know, what is it? Thousands of people for hundreds of you. You always do the same thing. We know what you do.
Don't ask, don't tell. Like the Masons. It's like stay silent. Don't talk about it.
The Masons. Why are you always talking about the Masons?
Clearly, he's always
Dissing on the
talking about
Masons.
the Masons.
Clary, you're the one talking about the Masons. The expert.
Yeah, but you just brought him up by saying,
Yeah,
"Don't talk
I
about
brought him
them."
up, yeah.
That's a bit
Yeah.
weird, isn't it? It's a bit
Just don't be
contradictory.
dissing. Don't be dissing on people who like
I
geometry.
don't defend them though.
My geometry bros.
Yeah, that's all they do is just geometry. I bet.
That's it. Yeah.
That's it. Gee. The
compass and
what is it? The square and the
straight edge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure of that. Yep.
The great architect. Geometry. Pretty much all they talk about.
They're just levelers. You see them outside, and they're just with their auto level. Hey, what's up? Going on? How you doing?
Go look up Freemason geometry on YouTube. You'll see tons of videos. Just talking about geometry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not just about geometry, is it? It's about a mental
No.
state. It's the logic, the logos behind it all.
The
The geometry is just a tool.
Yeah, mine is reality, geometry, logic. It's all the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, rituals. There's a lot of things that go into it.
It's just-
He has a problem with geometry.
Yeah.
And other people that like geometry.
Rituals? I don't know. Everybody has some secret thing they do. I don't know. I have no idea. I've heard rumors about it, but you know, it's all the symbology.
We'll read a book about it.
Is that like
Yeah.
wearing the same socks?
Read a book about it. Why would I read a book about it? Why not go experience it for real? But the symbology is what scares people off. They don't understand the symbols. But symbols are like memes. They communicate a lot. You know, just in a glance. You know what a symbol means. Or you have your own interpretation of like what Star of David, something like that. You look at it and go, "Oh,
Mm-hmm.
rock and roll, rock and roll."
Yeah, everyone
devil."
has different perception
You know,
and stuff.
you
Yeah.
don't know.
Fibonacci.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's Fibonacci? What's the G? You know, people will say you say geometry. A lot of people will say it's the grand architect. You know, it's believing in, or it's a god. You know, or it's the great one or something.
It's actually geometry. Just, you know, the creator to them is the great architect. Doesn't matter what religion you have. Just as long as you believe in a creator. That's all that matters.
That's the beef I have with them. The only beef I have with them.
The G.
Why do I have to believe in a creator to join your club?
Do you feel like you're just an accident?
Well, once you get up the
No, it
chains of
doesn't
it,
matter, regardless of my beliefs. The
they
fact
just
that
yeah.
they make it so, you understand, bugs me.
Yeah, but they don't want evolutionists in their group. Honestly, they don't want those kind of people. I don't think. That's what
Yeah,
they're
but how about if you
actually.
don't believe in a creator and you don't believe in evolution?
That's just on the
Mm,
surface. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
That's just what the rule is that I heard. You know,
it's
from several
I don't know.
different
For me,
sources.
it's
But
an alarm bell. That's all
no,
I'm saying.
it's just advertising, so they think that they're religious and they have dogmatic things. They're ethical, or it's
but you
just
really
it's
You
a
know the
way
way I
to
look at
see
the
it?
sell
human.
themselves. They
You
could
can't look at
care
the human
less what the
body
hell
and
you think.
DNA. You can't look at the DNA in the human body, the design, the structure, the perfection, the chemical balance that exists within you, everything, and not realize you're created by something, right?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. The fact of the
That's
matter
it.
is, why do they make it a? Why is it a must?
Because I think you would have hope for your future if you actually believed you were here on purpose for a reason, part of a grand design.
Could it be that they want you to believe in something not
In yourself.
necessarily real, so they can
They want
craft
you
you
to,
to
yeah.
their beliefs?
They need you to
Yeah, they want you
find the
to believe in
logos.
yourself.
They need
Yeah.
to know that you're looking for the logos. You're looking for it. You need to at least have a concept for something that you are. You know there's a higher power. I imagine. I don't know. We're only going off Cleary's word that they do actually do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's a red bell for me. It's a bell. Like it's I
that
don't know.
spirit though, that spirit inside of you. Maybe they just want to know it's there. You're not some cold, dark person without that ever-present life force within you, that logos
No,
that
but wait a
guides you.
minute. If that's the case, fine, yeah. But I think they want you to believe in an established religion.
It's all
No.
spiritual to
No.
them.
No, they don't
It's
care what you believe religious-wise, as long as you believe in a creator, whatever form that is.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely sure.
Okay. All right, I'll take your word for it, because I thought you had to believe in an established religion, because you walk in and
No,
you
you
see a
could.
Bible, you see a Quran, and you see the Talmud or whatever they call it, right?
you can believe with it, and as long as it's a higher power,
Yeah,
you
I
could.
just
Okay,
named the
all right.
basic ones, like
I
the
stand corrected then.
mainstream.
Okay, cool.
But there's other entities within the Freemasons that you have to worry about after that if you want to keep going up or if you want to go into things.
How do you know that?
You got to prove that.
Knights Templar, there's a lot of them.
What? You know
That's
the
an old
Knights
group.
Templar?
Knights Templar, the Shriners, you've heard Shriners? They're all connected. Shriners.
My grandfather was a Shriner.
Yeah, definitely.
The Children's Hospital, I think. Like burn victims or something.
Right,
Pretty good
I'm
group of
done.
guys.
I'm done, everybody. I shall catch you tomorrow, probably.
Yeah, catch you later.
See you.
Elevation
All right,
tomorrow.
Later.
Sorry?
Elevation tomorrow. We're working on how to do a presentation for Elevation.
Cool.
We don't really do presentations though. We just kind of three-style it.
Clearly,
All right.
we have a huge Shriners Hospital here in Montreal, by the way.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My chiropractor is a Mason. He's a Shriner. You know. Good
Yeah,
guy.
you have to be in the Masons to be a Shriner.
I don't know.
You have
Yeah,
to-
but he fixed me up with my back and all, my shoulder. Ooh. Yeah. Gotta love that. That's really doing good, when people are like twisted and broken, and you go in there and you just straighten them up, and they feel like 10 times better. You know, that's great. That's really putting a lot of positivity out into the world. I don't know. Don't get me started.
Pretty soon you're gonna have your own massage girl like Rakia. Hey, Cleary.
Happy ending. What, did he post a picture or something? Oh, bust a propagandist with his fake pictures. They're so fake. He's got to be joking. Y'all see that?
That's bullcrap. If you think you live on that, boy, are you delusional.
Look at that even lighting all the way across that fake ball.
Man, that looks so real.
Did you mean to say it looks fake? So it must
Yeah.
be real?
Yeah, sarcasm.
It looks surreal.
They believe and worship that dude. It's unbelievable.
They're ball heads. It's all bullshit. That's why they never come in here, because they know they're just gonna get decimated.
Busta
Right,
was talking the big talk before, but
Busta?
Busta.
He changed his name. No, he changed it back.
I called him propagandist earlier.
He's something. I don't know what he is.
He's a
Moron? Maybe?
propagandist.
Yeah.
He just pushes all that bullshit. It's fake pictures, though. He's got to be joking. It's probably a flurf.
Look how many things are there wrong with this picture. We won't even get up to the space part. Forget about that. Look at the curve. Look at the water. Like, wow. You really got to be in fantasy la la land to actually believe that you reside somewhere, that your house is somewhere down there on that ball.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, I always thought it was wrong when I was a kid. I just never really took the time to think about it really that hard. Because you'd see movies, you know, of asteroids hitting or some stuff, and like, how the hell do those come in, you know, and like in the right angles and everything? It's so bizarre to me.
You're conditioned from young, bro. Think about it.
Yeah. I always thought, yeah. Like
Globes and
landing on that
letters. That's
asteroid
what
or
I
something.
remember.
You know? Yeah. Something got me. Yeah, right in kindergarten. It's just bam, there it is.
Try to remember your kindergarten class. What do you remember on the board? You remember the ABCs, right? I'm sure you remember that.
Yeah, I remember reading out of a book.
How about a globe? You remember a globe on the teacher's desk?
Yeah, there's always a globe. Everyone, isn't it? It's funny how that works.
Yep. Some people say they don't remember globes, but I remember a globe.
It's hard to remember kindergarten exactly. I have faint memories.
I didn't see it until the 5th grade. I lived in the back ass country, and then in the 4th grade I moved up to the city, and we were in a trailer on the outside. But the next year I was in 5th grade and I was on the inside, and I saw a globe on the desk. And I was like, "What is this?" She's like, this is where we live. And I was looking at it like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. And I kept talking to her about it, and she's like, just sit down. We need to move on to another subject now. I was like, oh, okay. Everybody's laughing at me, you know? I remember that.
For real, bro? You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Clary, sit down. The Earth isn't flat. Next
You were
person.
one smart kid.
No, it was just I lived in the woods, man. You know, I lived in the creek in the country. I knew what was up. And then
Yeah.
somebody shows me a ball. I was like, what? That's fucked up. I know when I'm walking down in a ditch, you know, and I got to climb back out. You
Yeah.
know, I know what, you know, an elevation change is just from living, you know, for what, 10, 11 years. Then you move to the city and they show you a damn globe and you go, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. Your mind's battling reality, sort of. It's
Mm-hmm.
like that.
You don't question it too much because everybody laughs at you, you know, like you're
Yeah.
fucking stupid.
After a
You're
while, you
hillbilly.
just give up.
Yeah.
You know, you just have to give up, and that's where they got you. And then they can introduce more shit to you and more shit, and just builds up and builds up till
You
you're
gotta
like
blend in. You gotta start
standing
dressing
and
like
yeah.
the city folk, you know. Yeah.
I wish I was a little swamp monger, you know, living out in the swamp, just kind of doing my thing. Don't have to worry about any of this.
The stupid city slickers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we loved living in the country, man. I lived in Alabama up until 5 years ago. Just wide open, four-wheeling, 45 mile an hour down the road. You know,
Nice.
swimming in the lake, fishing, catching one catfish after the other. 10 pounds each. Oh, yeah, 5, 6, 7 pounds each. Fucking monsters.
Nice.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to shut my live stream down. Should have shut it down a bit ago. Forgot.
Yeah.
Here we go. Sorry. Catch you again later. Probably live tomorrow.